Bom dia, gente. Que alegria abrir aqui mais uma semana de programação na Casa Sul Global. Eu sou Vitória Brown, sou mestre de
I am
cerimônias
Victoria
aqui da
Brown,
casa,
I'm
e vou
the
conduzir
MC,
todas as nossas
and I will
programações
be
aqui durante
conducting
essa
our
semana.
activities today.
Bom, gostaria de agradecer a presença de todos aqui.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming today. Let's see if you all have your headsets.
Mesmo para ouvir os microfones aqui do nosso painel. Então tá todo mundo de fone. Já tá todo mundo
Let's
adaptado.
double check. Do you all have your headsets?
Agora eu vou fazer
Excellent.
minha autodescrição
Well,
para
I am
todos
going to
possam me
describe
ver,
myself.
as pessoas que estão assistindo pelo YouTube. Eu sou uma mulher afro-amazônida, de
I'm
cabelo
an
black,
African
estatura mediana,
Amazonian
tô com uma
woman, a
blusa
black
vermelha de
woman.
babados com
I
arara,
have
e uma flor, tenho pulseiras
red,
grandes no
blue,
braço,
and
uma
yellow
sereia tatuada
dress,
no braço direito.
bracelets,
Então,
and
gostaria
a
de
tattoo.
agradecer a presença de todos que
I
estão
would
aqui, quem
like
está nos
to
acompanhando
thank
ao
you
vivo no
all
YouTube.
for connecting
Essa
today or
programação vai ser
for
transmitida
coming
em
here in
espanhol, nas regiões
person.
inglês,
We're going to
português e
have
espanhol.
translation
Quero
today in
agradecer
English,
também a
Spanish,
Sara
and
Carriço e a
Portuguese.
Aline Rangel,
We'll
que são
also
nossas
have Sara
intérpretes da língua
Carriço and
brasileira de
Arine
sinais.
Rangel, our
Bom,
Brazilian Sign
estamos
Language
lançando aqui em Belém
interpreters.
do Pará a primeira edição do projeto A
We're
Casa
launching
Sul
here in
Global,
Belém
espaço
the first
físico e
edition
simbólico
of
de
Casa Sul
articulação
Global,
política, mobilização,
which is
produção de
a symbolic
conhecimento
space
e
for political
colaboração para a
articulation,
filantropia de justiça
mobilization, production
socioambiental
of knowledge,
entre
and
atores do Sul
collaboration
Global.
for philanthropy
Queremos
between
influenciar os
the
fluxos
Global
e
South
recursos e as
players.
dinâmicas de poder,
We want
garantindo
to
que as soluções
impact
locais estejam no
the
centro das
power
conversas
dynamics and
globais
make sure
sobre
that the local
financiamento
solutions
para
are at the
clima e
core of our
natureza.
global
A
conversations on
Casa Sul
financing
Global é uma
for climate
iniciativa
and
da Aliança
nature.
Socioambiental
This is an
Fundos del Sur
initiative
e da Rede
of
Comuá.
Fondos del
Neste
Sur
ano,
and
conta
Rede
com a parceria
Comuá.
fundamental
And
do
this year we
movimento
have the
Shift the
partnership
Power
of
e
the
da Rede
Shift
de
the
Fundos
Power
Comunitários da Amazônia,
movement and
reunindo
the
dezenas
community
de
fund
organizações da filantropia
network from the
independente da América
Amazon
Latina,
with
África e
different
Sudeste Asiático.
philanthropy players from Latin America, Africa,
Estreando em
and
plena
Asia.
COP30, a Casa Sul Global responde ao
Casa Sul
chamado da
Global is
presidência
responding to the
brasileira
call of the
ao
Brazilian
mutirão global.
presidency to
Ou
the
seja,
global
a cooperação
workforce,
entre
which
povos,
means the
setores e
cooperation
territórios
between
para
people,
transformar
sectors, and
compromissos em
territories to
ação.
transform
Nossa
commitments into
programação nasce
action.
de movimento
Our
de
program
criação
comes from
coletiva
a
através
collective
da chamada
creation
de propostas
movement
abertas
through
para membros, redes e organizações parceiras.
propositions for
As
members,
quase 40
networks,
atividades
and partner
enviadas foram
organizations.
avaliadas
The
pelo Comitê
40 activities that
Curatorial,
have been
integrado
sent
por
were
representantes do
assessed by a
Brasil,
committee
Sudeste Asiático e África, que
of
recomendou as atividades
representatives in
presentes na
Brazil,
nossa
Asia, and
programação.
Africa, and they've
Então, nosso
recommended the
muito
activities
obrigada
in
a
our
todos que fizeram
program.
parte da
We would like to
construção
thank
da Casa
everyone
Sul
who has
Global.
taken part
Especial
in
agradecer
this
também aos
endeavor.
financiadores que tornam
We would
possível essa
also like to
realização.
thank the
Baobá,
funding
Fundo pela Igualdade
partners,
Racial,
Baobá,
Fundação
Grupo
Volkswagen, Fundo
Volkswagen,
Brasil de Direitos
Fundo
Humanos,
Brasil,
Fundo Casa
Casa
Socioambiental, Global
Socioambiental,
Giving,
Global
Instituto Clima e
Giving,
Sociedade,
Clima e
Global
Sociedade
Alliance for Green and Gender
Institute,
Action,
Global Alliance for Green
Itaúsa,
and Gender
Próspera
Action,
Social,
Itaúsa,
Global
Próspera
Fund for
Social,
Community Foundations,
Global Fund
Global
for
Green
Community
Grants Fund,
Foundations,
BenTV
Global Green Grants
Diversidade,
Fund,
Instituto
BenTV,
Fundação
Ibirapitanga,
Avina, Instituto
Avina
ACP,
Foundation, ACP
Instituto Sociedade,
Institute,
População e Natureza, The
Sociedade,
Sandana
População e
Institute.
Natureza, and the Sandana
Bom, sem
Institute.
mais, vamos dar início à primeira atividade
Without
do
further
dia.
ado, we'll
O que
start with our
acontece
first
quando
activity
recursos
today. What
chegam nos
happens when
territórios?
resources
Uma
get
conversa
to the
sobre filantropia de
territories? What
presença em regiões
conversation on
reconquistadas com soluções
philanthropy
climáticas
and
locais.
local climate
Gostaria então de
solutions?
passar a palavra
I'm
para
going to turn it
Semira Miss
over to
Biasoli
Miss
para todos os
Biasoli.
demais painelistas e pedir que antes das suas falas vocês façam suas autodescrições
I'm
também.
going to ask you all to describe yourselves. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Have an excellent discussion.
Obrigada, Vitória.
Thank you, Victoria.
Nossa mestre de cerimônias. Bom dia.
Good morning, everyone.
Todos e todes, amigas, amigos e amigues. Eu sou
Nice to
Semira
be
Miss
here
Biasoli,
with you.
sou uma
I am
mulher
Semira Miss
branca,
Biasoli. I'm a white woman
castanhos já acinzentados,
with dark brown hair.
blusa preta, uma calça jeans,
I am wearing jeans and a black t-shirt.
Grande prazer estar aqui. Quero agradecer.
It's a pleasure to be here today.
Todas aqui, nossas queridas convidadas.
Excellent to have all these guests.
Vou ressaltar o nome da mesa, porque hoje eu estou aqui como mediadora falando pela Aliança Territorial.
Today I am mediating this conversation as the Aliança Territorial, the funds from Comuá. So what we're going to be doing is discussing what we do basically when funds finally get to the territories. So our goal today is to discuss philanthropy and the experiences in the Global South, considering the experience of multiple funds. We are 7 organizations. So we have the south of Brazil, the coast in the south, we have Econ, then we have Comuá as well in the southeastern region of Brazil. We have another one from the same region, Casa Fluminense and Rede da Maré, from the state of Rio de Janeiro. We also have Taboa in the south of Bahia, and in Maranhão we have the Baixada Maranhense. This is the partnership the network that we work with. Beyond that, actually, besides, we have ISPN, FUNBIO, Climate Adaptation Fund, and they're going to be telling us about the international financing and some other experiences that ISPN and FUNBIO will share with us. Facundo will be with us talking about the Shift the Power movement and showing us some of the experiences in the Global South. And we have Itaúsa as well, talking about corporate-private philanthropy. The goal is that we can all discuss the importance of getting or making sure that resources get to the hands of those who need them the most. And we're trying to also shed some light on the paradigms that we implement. We have new knowledge. I think when we open this conversation, there's always something new. Dialogues, they bring up conflicts many times. We're not just here to talk about consensus or agreements, but also to think about a genuine conversation that will bring something new to all of us. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce my colleagues here. I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves as well and describe yourselves. And if you want to share any other personal experiences or your feelings for this conversation, feel free. So, as I was saying, Facundo Barlucia, coordinator for information and information management at the Comunidades Rurales. We have Chris Azevedo as well, the superintendent from Sociedade, População e Natureza Institute. We have Andrea Mello, a specialist in biodiversity from Fundo Brasileiro FUNBIO. We have Natália Serri, manager from Itaú Institute. We have Naizar as well. Accreditation officer from the Climate Adaptation Fund. And we have Larissa Amorim as well from Casa Fluminense. And she will be representing this Institute and talking about Rede Comuá. Well, before we turn it over to our guests, I just wanted to mention a few premises that we have here in our dialogues. They're about the funds and our territory. So the first is the importance of funds and financial resources getting to the territories, to the hands of the communities, traditional communities, those who are in peripheral regions, the social, environmental, and collective movements, groups that are working, defending territories.
Então, essa é a primeira premissa.
So that's the first thing. Also,
uma realidade hoje do financiamento.
There's a reality nowadays in terms of funding that has to do with bureaucracy. So bureaucracy related to that, and for biodiversity and social justice, there's a lot of bureaucracy. So when these resources get to the field, let's say, it's hard to use them because of bureaucracy. And besides, there's a lack of financing for these groups. And it's complicated to strengthen the institutions and recognize the role of the civil society in these territories. So lack of financing for institutional strengthening or reinforcement. So when it comes to this aspect, it is not very well organized for the Global South.
Tem uma coisa que para nós é muito característico da nossa aliança territorial, é que não se trata apenas.
Another important thing is that it is not just about financial resources. Financial resources have to be connected with other aspects as well. We need a good management and also political element here. So this is very inspired in our perspective that goes beyond financial resources. This is essential. But it's, it still will give us a lot of quality if connected with the other premise of strengthening skills. And a very important element as well is a philanthropic ecosystem in the Global South. There's this urgency, I would say, to recognize the existence of a need for funding in the Global South. So I think these are the main elements that I wanted to mention before our discussion. I think we're keeping this in mind. I'm going to start with a question for my colleagues here.
E eu vou começar pelo movimento Shift the Power.
So I want to start with the Shift the Power movement. Facundo, if you want to introduce yourself and get started. So Facundo, what's the
do movimento Shift the Power?
What are the accomplishments of the Shift the Power movement so far? When you talk about the movement, when you talk about the different regions in the world, when it comes to organizing ourselves to decentralize power, what accomplishments could you mention?
Para mim, tá, agora voltou. Quais conquistas, Facundo, destaque que você traria para a gente conversando com nossos
share about that, Facundo?
Nos destaca. Obrigada pela sua presença.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I am a white man. I am a bit sick today, so I'm sorry about that. I'm Argentinian. I'm 36. I'm a director of a small fund in Argentina, and I'm a fellow for the Shift the Power movement. It is a movement that tries to adopt a vision for, good society, and also think about international cooperation. This is a transactional model where we approve projects for 1 year. I mean, I will give you money, you finish that, you give me a report, and that's over, right? So the Shift the Power movement is trying to change that view that we have on transactional models and international cooperation, trying to build long-term connections focused on communities and led by communities. So what you were saying is actually very important, because we have to get away from, a system that is just looking at quick solutions in the short run. We have to focus on getting the right resources to our communities in the long run, being used in the long run, and valuing them. The fact that they need an organization that help them get organized. We have to mobilize those local resources and think about community philanthropy as well. That is a concept that tries to show what local communities have. So we have to be creative and find ways to unlock the power within communities, and try to get away from that concept of just, reinforcing skills focused on external things. We want external funds to respect the local aspects of our communities. That way we can expand our horizons beyond money. That would be the main way to change and value non-financial things as well, recognition, trust, etc. And this way we can also change the way we are. We need to be more humble and daring as well, and challenge our power. So that's what Shift the Power is about, changing the power dynamics, not thinking that the global north, the countries that have developed first and who have the resources, that they have the power. No, the power is in our communities, in our work. So anyway, Shift the Power is a global network that is articulating hundreds of organizations around the world to change the power dynamics and understand that these funds or resources, when they get to the communities, they have to get there in a different way. We have to value what we have, thinking about community philanthropy.
Muito obrigada, Facundo. Muito boa.
Thank you, Facundo.
Sua inspiração já inicial.
It's very inspiring.
Temas já nevrálgicos, foi ao ponto. Eu vou
and very straight to the point. I'm going to turn it over to Chris now. So Chris, you are part of Comuá, right? ISPN, you're part of the Global South, Casa, Sul Global. It's 43 funds, right?
É isso, Ju.
That's right.
É o que temos. Os 43 fundos aqui
so it's 43 funds here at Casa Sul Global, and ISPN is one of them.
Partindo das premissas, Cris, vocês recentemente tiveram uma importante...
So Chris, recently you had an interesting accomplishment as well, accreditation with the Action Fund climate issues. So they were invited to be here, and we wanted to know more about this process. It's great to have the fund here telling us about this. So, thinking about the adaptation, the climate adaptation fund, could you share the perspectives on COP30 and funding when it comes to funds getting to Brazil? Do you think that the fund has this, commitment with money getting to the field? Could you share the news with us? We know that the Climate Adaptation Fund is not operating in Brazil, not yet, but it will start. So we have new resources, and that's what we want. We want new ways of working. Could you share that with us? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will do my self-description. I'm a young lady, 50 plus. My birthday is next week. I'll be 51. I'm wearing a colorful dress with geometrical patterns, long hair, and I have a smile on my face because the reason that brought us here together in Belém at COP30, close to indigenous peoples and groups and everything else. So this is all about life. Where is the green? Where is conservation? We are able to see that. And we at ISPN, the Instituto Sociedade, População e Natureza, have the same protagonism as communities have. So 35 years old, our organization, and this is part of eco-social landscapes, initiatives we have, and the democratization, because we strongly believe that this is where transformation lies. So the power discourses in the global South is connected to slavery and to other exploitation ways. There's the climate change issues, the need to adapt quickly, and we also have a historical reparation to do, or compensation. As facilitators of the resource, we should be able to strengthen the communities, those who hold traditional knowledge, knowledge of their ancestors that shape our civilization, after all, right? So our work is this. This is the strategy that encompasses many points, because for this to happen, we need public policies and ensure the right of people to gain access to that. And we have to generate new knowledge and compile traditional knowledges and be able to articulate, coordinate them, geared towards the communities, the well-being of the communities, with institutional strengthening and supporting wherever support is needed. And this is possible to do it, but sometimes we lack the resources, we lack the support. So at ISPN, we are carrying out this work. And I have a very close relationship with COP at Brazil 90, Rio 92 conference. We started the program and participated of Rio and deployed our initiatives in 94. So we started out with Rio 92, as I said, and now we see that we can also contribute and continue to contribute to these initiatives. And by bringing the dimension that these structures are not built to make funds reach the very bottom, to trickle down to the bottom, because the power relations are previously designed. So this is the moment to improve and change new funds flows so that we are able to make those funds trickle down to the communities, okay? So this demonstrates that at COP, during this discussion, we can also make the decision-making process also trickle down to the communities, okay? So that's what we did at the Ministry of the Environment of Brazil, because the Adaptation Fund is urgent. And for these communities who to be able to implement their plans. Some of them are ready to implement them, but they need the funds. They need the resources. So when we applied and to this call, and we were selected jointly with FUNBIO, we are now accrediting ourselves in April. We were able to achieve that, and we are compiling documents and so that we're able to reach more communities, more groups. So we have to translate materials, and this is for people to gain access to these resources and also to facilitate. This is our role, to facilitate the resources. But since we are just beginning, and we have the Clima plan, and the indicators are being compiled. Now we're developing those indicators at the COP. We have the targets that Brazil is trying to establish, because this is something really urgent. So we are going through this phase right now. And we have to close this process, and I believe that by next year's, the beginning of next year, we'll have this concluded. We know how important it is to be close to the communities, to grassroots, and this is the moment we are living right now, okay? There's a lot more ahead of us, and now we are getting to know one another, and our goal is precisely this. Along the lines of Shift the Power and the Global South House principles through solidarity, but it is in this solidarity of holding hands and focusing on communities and involving organized civil society. We have scarce resources and just a little and short time to start. So let's do it.
Muito bom, Cris.
Very good, Chris. Excellent. Now, I'll pass the floor to Andrea.
Bom, Andrea, uma grande satisfação.
Andrea, it's a great pleasure to have you here. FUNBIO, please correct me if I'm wrong. FUNBIO is a public, non-state-run fund. It's an independent fund, part of Comuá network, not part of Comuá network, but it's a fund that is one of the largest budgets along these lines, a non-state fund, okay? Public fund. One of the features of FUNBIO is that you are very much aligned to the federal government, state government in Rio, right? Especially providing support to programs, projects, and this is a very important characteristic of your fund. I'd like to highlight this because this shows what we all are, independent funds here. The way towards the international funds provided by government that reaches global South countries ensures governance and mitigates risks than the funds that are provided directly by governments, because they have a lot of red tape, they have a lot of bureaucracy, and we have to comply with all the policies and the details and bureaucracy. But there are risks involved in that, right? So, all the environmental losses we had in the environmental realm, right? And so this resource reaches organized civil society, OCSs, with very strong and organized initiative. This is one and a very interesting characteristic of FUNBIO. I would like to elaborate some more about it. And I'd like to know from you, based on what we've just said here, and understanding this is a fund that was described as I did. How are you perceiving international funds that are reaching here as per the discussions carried out at COP30? What's your first take on this, considering funds, especially? Also, how are these funds reaching grassroots? So how do you see these funds getting there? And considering FUNBIO's perspective and climate adaptation, what's the role of FUNBIO
do Fundo de Adaptação Climática enquanto uma instituição acreditada que
to
vocês
use, and what use will it give to adaptation, climate adaptation funds?
Muitas vezes a gente possa fazer circular nesse ecossistema de fundos independentes que já existem. Então, muito interessada nessa sua visão de conexão
I'm interested
do
in
fundo com os outros fundos.
seeing how FUNBIO relates to other funds. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. The microphone is way too low. Well, I'm a Caucasian female. Well, in fact, not 100% Caucasian because we have also native blood. I'm wearing a black blouse and I'm wearing sandals to walk very comfortably here. And we are going beyond the bubble. We have the blue zone, and there's this incredible space where people are curious and trying to know. And I've just picked an Uber, and the Uber driver wanted to know what the news were, what was being discussed here, for example. And because he's not part of our bubble, right? And this is the interesting thing about COP here at Belém. And FUNBIO tries and understand the needs of our grantees, for example. And there's an encouragement to social environmental funds worldwide, and Brazil has a private fund based on Getúlio Vargas Foundation. So there was a learning curve that was quite interesting here. When we talk about funds, people has to be aware that there's a learning curve. How the bureaucracy and the procedures are to gain access to the funds and so on and so forth. Now, we have to implement, and we've been along this way for 30 years now. Philanthropy was a ready-to-order space, ready to receive resources, ready to receive funds. But many organizations are not prepared to receive the grants, the funds. We work, for example, with quilombolas, the former runaway slaves communities here that still exist in Brazil. So we have to step back and get to know what their basic needs are, the quilombola people, right? their internet connection needs and other needs. In addition to the disbursement, we have to throw a few more elements into this equation and have to tailor our help, our assistance to the community's need without getting in their way. We have to respect local realities and their meanings. So we've been discussing with many funders on how to respect sensitivity of indigenous communities, for example, what their realities are. So, which is not document-based, for example. And transform audios into projects. Is that possible? And so, they have to understand the rationale and where can we, as a fund, assist. So can we think in terms of outcomes, so, or contingency, or emergency plans that have to be taken into account as well, right? In this new model. This is the discussion that is taking place right now. And this should lead us to reflect upon this, because funds have been increasing the availability, but also private equity and private funds as well. And now we're getting to a new phase with new arrangements, a new arrays or financial arrays. So there is a concern of preparing ourselves better for the future, right? Because we have acquired this knowledge, and now we are raising this awareness, but we have this ever-changing funding environment there as well, right? An ever-changing setting of the funding world, right? We are also going through this accreditation phase at GCF. There is a challenge, which is to really reduce greenhouse emissions, and we should be able to see and detect where we can make a big difference. I'm talking in general here. So there were the major points that you referred to. Thank you so much.
Obrigada, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much, Naisa, for your presence here. Can you please tell us some more about this Adaptation Fund Secretariat initiatives?
Thank you so much. Hope I can be heard. My name is Naisa Ahuja. I'm the accreditation officer at the Adaptation Fund. Allow me to describe myself. I'm wearing a white dress. It's been hot, so it's designed for that weather, and a white jacket. And I'm wearing a necklace that I bought from one of the indigenous person who was outside the COP venue. I'm very happy to be wearing it every day. I am a brown person, sometimes confused as white. I don't know why, but I'm from India and I have dark hair and dark eyes. Before I talk about Adaptation Fund, I would like to say that hearing everyone speak here was also reminding me of where I was working before. Before joining Adaptation Fund, I worked with on forestry and indigenous people's right to territories. So when I moved to this international fund, it was a question I was asking, can I do justice to that work that I really came from? And when I talk about the fund, we are an international climate fund, which is focusing on concrete adaptation projects across the globe, especially the global south. At the same time, we play also the bureaucracy that everyone is talking about is an obstacle. It is a bureaucracy, but sometimes it's relevant. Why? Because the previous speakers mentioned how to receive fund, institutions need to be ready. And how are they ready is the job of a person like me. We do due diligence and compliance at our level to ensure an entity can receive 10, 20, 25 million of US dollars to spend directly for the communities. And for that, we want to make sure their legal status is correct. They can handle such kind of finance. They have the project management skills. They have the right social, environmental safeguards to ensure the project doesn't do harm instead of benefiting. So there are various such criteria that we have to make sure an entity is meeting. And that sometimes take time. It takes time because countries, when they nominate entities, they do not look at that background before they send it to us. And then the time goes by, we try to explain them that you need these strengths to be built before we accredit you and you can receive that funding. However, with Brazil, I'm here to speak because all of the Adaptation Fund really wanted to highlight this as a very good practice. The government of Brazil, the designated authority who directly works with us, had an open advertisement they put out, call for a proposal for entities across Brazil to reach out and apply. And the government looked through their credentials to see which one met the best requirements. And they added their own criteria on top of ours, which was about access and supporting the community. And I think that that practice is something many countries have not done, but it's good to see where it has started. And it is good, something that we want to talk about to other countries as well, how opening it to the entire country and seeing which entities reach out to you and prove their worth to be able to receive this law. It's a responsibility. It's not just finance. The responsibility is to make sure the finance is used in the right way and reaches the right people. So proving that capacity also to their country so they can send those entities as nominations to us. So I feel like with FUNBIO and ISPN, the government has done a great job, and we are currently in the accreditation process, which is a little long. I do understand that can be frustrating sometimes. But once that is done, there is no more requirement except submission of proposals to our technical team. So we're looking forward to doing that. And a little more background on Adaptation Fund is that we so far have funded about 300 projects across the globe, benefiting over 50 billion people with concrete adaptation benefits. And several others are in the pipeline. At the time, as you might be aware, the climate finance landscape is becoming more and more complicated. There are more institutions that are being developed. Adaptation Fund is one of the oldest funds, and we continue to be small and flexible, designed, and to promote direct access modality, which is a lot of entities, international organizations are not doing that. Our direct access modality is designed so that the countries can immediately get an entity from national level accredited, and you don't have to go through an international organization to receive funds, which takes a cut out of that for their management costs. So we want the money and ownership and design, everything to be held by the country. And that entity at the level can be NGO, it could be a government agency. And we have two different types from Brazil itself. So we're very excited to be working with Brazil, and I'd be happy to share more, and hoping that through the work of FUNBIO and ISPN, we will also be able to see more direct benefits to indigenous peoples. We have projects which have been benefiting them, but it's not a very standalone data that we are able to speak through, because we focus on locally led adaptation, which could be anybody. But I think we'll have amazing case studies coming out of Brazil. We have full faith in that. Thank you.
Obrigada, Naissa. Muito bom te ouvir.
Thank you so much. So good to hear from you. I want to know more later, for sure. I think we'll have time for a quick Q&A as well. I am going to turn it over to Natalia from Itaúsa.
Por último, nós que somos da casa. Lari. Bem, Natália, obrigada pela sua presença.
So, Natalia, thank you. Thank you for coming. My question for you is the following. Itaúsa represents, and I think you can talk about not just Itaúsa, but also, corporate funding.
Das nossas premissas e também das falas que já foram colocadas, essa relação da filantropia corporativa.
So my question is the following. Could you tell us more about corporate funding and coordinated efforts? How do you see that perspective when it comes, to our ecosystem with independent funds and private philanthropy? If you could tell us more about that. And also how to scale up. We know about what is being done in terms of social movements, civil society here at COP. But the thing is, there is more being destroyed than built. So that makes us think it is an urgent matter and we need good scale. We need a more urgent change, less narrative and more action, right? So we have a lot of expectations that private capital will also consider that need with initiatives that are not just social responsibility, but it's actually a transition into a more sustainable society. I know it's a long question, and I'm not saying that corporate funding has to do it all. As was said before, it's co-responsibility. We're all responsible as people, also institutions, in different segments. So that's my question. Thank you, Natalia. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am representing the Itaúsa Institute, which is a philanthropic institution connected to Itaúsa. Itaúsa is an investment holding, very well known for controlling stocks at Banco Itaú. We've been around for 2 years, ever since September 2023.
Diferencial em relação ao que o que é o padrão da filantropia corporativa brasileira, por ser uma organização
a bit different from the standards in Brazil because it's a donating institute. Oh, by the way, I am a white woman with dark brown hair. I am wearing a black dress and black sandals. And so back to what I was saying.
Mas eu sou uma trabalhadora do setor da
filantropia. I work in philanthropy, in corporate philanthropy. I've been working in this for a while now. And I usually try to see how the sector is looking at us. As Andrea was saying, we see that the fiscal incentives in the states are limited, to invest. So that makes us think that it's important to also have something private to support the flows of climate financing for either adaptation or mitigation. And from a corporate or a company standpoint, what I see is that the extreme climate events that we've had in the past few years, they've made us think about adaptation. And it's impossible to think about business adaptation without thinking about territory adaptation. So what I think needs to happen is the following. We have already talked about nature-based solutions. That's an interesting term. And here at COP, I've also heard people saying community-based solutions. And that's interesting. I think it's nice to have that kind of point of view, think about the very communities coming up with something in that regard. I think what we have to understand is that when it comes to philanthropy or the sector per se, working with social responsibility, well, we have to think about how these solutions can contribute with resilience and the territories as well. I think over the past few years, we've been able to think about very powerful tools. By the way, I see Beto Vilela over here in the audience. We were working together in credit programs in Bahia, starting with CRA. It's a financial mechanism. We did the same with rice producers in the south of Brazil. So community funds, we work with community funds such as FUNBIO Brazil. I think that's also important. I've seen very sophisticated mechanisms be developed. We have impact investment as well, and that should get to the territories. So what we need is on the table. Now we just have to think about the urgency of making that happen. So I think I'm going home now thinking that we no longer need pilot projects. We need scale. Here, for instance, we've tried all these mechanisms, and pilots as well, and now we have to make things happen. And I truly believe that the effects of climate change are also going to be imperative for philanthropy to be engaged in a more direct way with these solutions. Where we have the communities, we have lower deforestation levels. We still have a lot to learn. There are populations that are in the territories that are facing extreme events, but they're thinking about technologies to deal with that. When we were helping FUNBIO Raízes, for instance, one of the organizations, the indigenous organizations that received help, they were developing a study on how to plant manioc species that are able to survive extreme heat. So anyway, I think these communities, they're there in the territory, so they can find ways, to deal with what's coming in the future. Now we just need to recognize that these community-based solutions are, a key to teach the private sector to build resilience in their businesses.
Muito bom e animador te ouvir.
Excellent. It's very exciting to listen to what you're saying. I am going to turn it over to my colleague here in the Alliance, Lari. If you could tell us a little bit more about the partnership, if you can tell us more about what you've been doing at Casa Fluminense, and about the alliance as, you know, an alliance that is built from experience and through affection as well. That's inspiring to us. We believe that is the right path. You know, it's cooperation to have more scale, as Natalia was saying, and to work in, you know, throughout Brazil in a robust way. We cannot forget that it's a continental country. So, Ladi, you have the floor. Thank you.
Vocês me ouvem? Tá.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
É isso, bom dia, ainda é bom dia, né,
Good morning. Still good morning, isn't it? Yes. I am Larissa Morim. I am the executive coordinator at Casa Fluminense. I am a member of Rede Comuá, member of Aliança Territorial. I am a Black woman. I am wearing braids, a short haircut. I have a pink and blue dress and green sandals, and I'm wearing glasses.
Acho que talvez para falar no sentido mais coletivo, né? A gente também
Well, let me get started. We are going to have a discussion tomorrow as well, where I'm going to be talking more about Casa. So here I'm going to talk about the alliance per se. I'm very excited about this discussion, very thankful also to be the last one to speak, because there are many nice perspectives that I was, you know, hearing here from all of you. I think this call that we have now to be more ambitious needs to be a collective commitment for us. And this partnership was born, as was said before, with Casa Fluminense, FUNBIO, Baixada Fluminense Institute, Baixada Maranhense, Procomum, Marea, Taboa. We were born with this concern, this will to collaborate, to scale up these very interesting experiences that we had been developing and building together in the territories where we work and we're part of. We've been talking about territories all these days, and we're extremely happy about that. 2 years ago, when we were at the Chief Congress talking about territories, the dimension of territory at the core had not been discussed. But now, I think we are taking part in different rounds and sessions and discussions here at COP, where this commitment is more obvious. So COP30 is going to be over in a few days. And the thing is, I hope that our commitment with the territory is going to still be valid. With all these players that are here in this great sphere of negotiations. So I think the partnership comes from that. So we're talking about territories at the core of everything, and we're a group of organizations that are with this element of philanthropy.
When the government of Rio de Janeiro was dealing and promoting this massacre in Penha, the neighborhood I was born and brought up. So in southern coastline, in São Paulo, for example, has an extremely important dimension here. What if we pull together as a team and enhance our capabilities and valuing these communal solutions that Natalia was referring to, I think we have to have this political commitment and involvement. So we've been gathering data and conducting research, bringing a perspective of the financial resources here. It does make a difference. And this is the name of the cooperation here, so that we're able to establish a more fluent dialogue and to ensure and secure a constant flow of funds. How can we secure and ensure that these funds get here? So we have a before, a during, and an after as response mechanisms for this extreme climate episode devastate our communities. So we have to have contingency plans and to deal with the losses we have to deal with, but it's impossible to do it without prior. Preparedness. And we also have to discuss about a mechanism for permanence. So remnants or permanence for communities to be able to, in fact, build together and be prepared for the future. How to involve about, for example, Rio de Janeiro, where I come from, is a place of thinking about reforestation and also urban renovation as well. So this is one of the last Atlantic forest territories that are still standing, and so we have been seeing ever more and heavier downpours, and we have a lot of runoff and other issues and so on and so forth. So there's lots of issues to deal with. So we have to think on this perspective on how to enhance territory-based philanthropy. And this is going to be core. And I'm really happy to be able to share with you my experience and insights and the climate adaptation fund. And they were talking the other day about the challenges that we see now during COP and the recognition of who are the people who are most affected, more stricken by these extreme events, weather events. So for us to move forward. So the adaptation fund in Brazil is crucial. This is the territory-based agenda. So we have to move forward considering that. Today, if we are able to move forward and push our agenda, considering the issues that I've just spelled out here and things that we've been advocating for in a more flexible way, in a more involved and strongly involved way. So oftentimes, philanthropy agenda is driven by climate. We know that, but it's impossible to talk about climate without considering public safety, law enforcement, social assistance. So the more we're able to focus on this territory-based needs and philanthropy, the stronger the communities will be. And we're talking about this here. That's precisely what we're talking about. And it's extremely important also, not what we're living here right now in Aliança, in the Alliance. COP will be gone in a few days. And we will have elections, national elections for president here in Brazil. How are we going to beef up our climate resilience? And how are we going to rescue and salvage the knowledge that we need? And how do we enhance the decision-making process in territories and take those communal decisions to other spheres of government, local, state, and federal as well. So this is core for this climate agenda to move forward. This is crucial indeed. So there is adaptation programs, climate adaptation programs that are really welcome and important. But what are the most strategic actions to be taken? And we need groups and organize civil society to be ready to deal with that as well. So how can we also take into account this perspective? Of course, we have to find solutions and so on and so forth, as Natalia was mentioning before, and so on. But there's another dimension, which is the participation of communities and the legitimacy of their participation. I think this type of philanthropy that Alliance is providing will help us harvest many other fruitful results ahead. And there's a lot to move forward, and how to establish this dialogue, and how to involve this possibility to influence. With civil society commitment, we can achieve that, and with this underscoring the importance of doing that. And this has been happening already, and we've been supporting the elaboration of territorial reports and assessments, environmental assessments of territories. What are the indicators that we are taking into account? What's the impact of that? How can we So, if you don't know how we measure adaptation, we are going to listen to the floods, community that suffered floods and were displaced because of the floods, for example, and take their voice into account, right? And we should bring into this equation. To conclude, I'd like to say that the last 2 years and the joy of being part of this alliance and having exchanged ideas and experiences and insights in Brazil to be able to promote and foster the exchange of knowledge. We have developed this material, this booklet, which provides details about territorial alliance. Those of you who want to get it, I will be more than happy to provide it. We are pulling together as a team. We have supported and enhanced this perspective.
A gente está falando ali de mais ou menos 34 mil lideranças, né?
We are talking about 34,000 community leaders, 1,200 organizations, territorial organizations, with very little resources as yet. So can you imagine how much we can grow and develop if we get the grants or the funds?
Obrigada, Lari.
Thank you, thank you.
Muito obrigada, Lari.
Thank you so much, Larry. We have some time yet.
Vai dar, tem que dar para ouvir pelo menos uma pessoa.
Yes, one more person at least can shoot a question or make a remark, comment upon whatever's been said here.
Agradeço, meu nome é Márcio.
Thank you so much. My name is Márcio. I work at Forest Plant. For 50 years, I've been talking with indigenous peoples and quilombolas. And in partnership with indigenous organizations, international ones, in Peru, Ecuador, and Central America, we put together a territorial governance management system or mechanism. We've just heard you say about the importance of territory-based initiatives. We have put together this mechanism, and this is the result of this integrated or joint initiative. What happens within the territory when the funds reach the territories? And really wonderful things are happening, but we do not achieve major results because of the governance of the territory when the funds reach them. So our experience in Panama, Costa Rica, Peru, and Ecuador, I'd like to highlight three important things there. The first one is the possibility to support organizations that have never received any resources. And oftentimes this is a criterion for the first. And based on this pilot experience, they opened up their doors to receive more funds. The other thing was the emergence of young leadership, because the approach is not just to monitor the territory, bringing an academic view of it, but youngsters that were hired took very important leadership jobs in the territory, and they were acknowledged as job, and they were able to implement some of their plans. And the third point is negative, and this is important too. Out of these territories, we had to discontinue this problem. This indigenous people was getting for the first time grants. They had no legal entity receiving that grants, and there was a confidence crisis, a trust crisis, because the community did not trust those who were getting the grants, the funds. And so we were unable to mediate the process. And so it all fell through. There was a conflict, and we were unable to mediate it, and this young facilitator had not the political clout to do that. So my question, and I would like to hear your insights on this, what fund mechanism do you have in your respective funds you have to monitor and to follow up all the grants, making sure it reaches the territories and the communities? Excellent question. So, oh, yeah. Youngsters are important, and now the youth are popping up here, okay? So we strongly believe we do that. I'll pass the floor to you to answer Marcio's question, okay? And your final remarks, if you are so kind, okay? So, thank you, Marcio. I think this is the key, as we say in Argentina. trust, a matter of trust. So trust building is crucial for development. Undoubtedly, when there is no trustworthy relationship, there's no way, no matter how much resources reach the community, to develop harmoniously. In our case, and that's why I started talking about the mainstream philanthropy. I criticize mainstream curatorship. We have to always think in the long run and not only on the money, on the grants, on the funds. So we have to make sure that the grants, the funds, reach our community. But what happens when resources reach the territories? What happens when funds, international funds, land in the communities? Okay, foreign funds, that is. How can we prepare better at the community level, valuing and leveraging local resources for accommodating, for dealing with foreign funds that reach the territory?
Márcio, esse eu acho que é questionamento e uma realidade que
I have a question. Each territory has its own dynamics and way of operating. We at ISPN, we have different strategies. We have micro funds, micro projects to dynamize, so to speak, a territory at a smaller scale, because that's the architecture that each territory has. And if we understand the dynamics of the territory and what has to be potentialized, we know that it's part of the learning curve, the governance structure that is implemented for a territory to get the funds. They have to be prepared. It has to be prepared. On Friday, at COP, a new indigenous fund, Maracá, was launched. We know there are new funds coming along, and it's extremely important. But it's a process of strengthening the communities, of defining what the mechanisms are going to be. And we've been around for more than 30 years, and 200 million reais were already invested and or given away, so to speak, right? And this is also learning how to see and perceive the territory, what the support is. Oh, I wrote 2 pages of interesting ideas here, but I'll try and wrap up here and talking about the strengthening of organized civil society, right? And strengthening networks, organizations, this process also of monitoring, of following up is extremely important. We have to strengthen monitoring as well. And we have to be flexible enough considering indicators and measure and what really matters to the community, because they have different needs, as it's been said here. And climate change has this imperative and is jeopardizing humankind. So we have to transform things. This has to be a transformational process and have social environmental justice. And this is what I wanted to share with you. So we have to continue and go beyond COP, because go beyond COP, right? For us to achieve this transformation. Let's pull together as a team here.
Eu fico com vontade de ficar aqui tempão, porque tá super gostoso e interessante.
For hours. This is a very inspiring conversation. Great group of people. I think there are a couple aspects that I could mention here. First of all, we need to understand the levels of financing. I mean, you're talking about large funding, we're talking about the rules in the organizations. And we also ask ourselves, what does the community want to be? We sometimes think that everyone wants to be a fund, but many times they just want to do what they're doing, but receiving funding. And we
Or, as I said before, it's not only an ethic question, as it should be.
Mas é uma decisão que, de fato, apoia a resiliência e a
So this is a
prosperidade.
decision that actually supports prosperity of the business and the Brazilian economy.
Decision that really supports the decision and the prosperity for the Brazilian economy.
Então, espero que a gente siga criando redes de colaboração.
I hope we can continue to have collaboration and financial instruments and methodologies as well for the territory to make sure that we can work with the private sector. We hope it's not going to be a contradiction for the private sector to work with these agreements.
Help and support.
Eu acho que vou direto para a questão do Márcio.
I think I'm going
Márcio,
to
é justamente
answer
por isso que a gente tem defendido a
Marcy's question.
I guess I'm going straight to Marcio's question. Marcio, is really because of that we have been discussing the present philanthropy.
Quando a gente constrói relações de presença com profundidade,
when we build relations of presence with profoundness,
com afeto, cuidado,
carers,
envolvendo na na governança dos fundos, das organizações, as próprias comunidades, na nossa governança, nos nossos conselhos, nos lugares de tomada de decisão,
involving in the governance of funds
Antes da gente fazer uma salva de palmas para nossas convidadas e nosso convidado, eu vou chamar a nossa Vitória, nossa MC.
And before we end everything and clap our hands, celebrating our college in here, our inviters, I'm gonna call Vitória.
E Vitória, então, por favor, nos dá o encerramento.
And Vitória, please, would you?
Eu vou. Vitória, pode vir, eu vou só encerrar. Eu vou fazer uma amarração enquanto a Vitória se organiza.
I want to bring the synergy of the proposals of everybody that had spoken today.
À disposição para o trabalho em cooperação do território aos grandes segmentos. Então,
to be useful for the cooperation of the territories with the big segments.
A gente volta onde começamos a questão climática, do local ao global.
We get back to where we have begun, the climate question, from the local to the global.
E o que a gente espera na COP30, que está ficando muito forte, é realmente essa inversão da luz ao local.
And what we hope from COP30 is really that use of the local, where the local can be really profound used and useful.
Sem jamais abrir mão da responsabilidade do global, do sul global.
Without never saying that the global or the south global would be able to help.
Sim, é isso. Só corrigindo, eu falei sul global, né?
Sorry.
Do norte global e dos grandes tomadores de decisão, dos grandes recursos, de fato, permear no local. Essa é a nossa grande luta.
Of the North global and the biggest decisions takers, the government, to really help, and that is our fight for.
Obrigada, gente. Agora eu vou passar para a nossa MC. Vitória.
Now I'm going to pass to Vitória.
Olá, todos me ouvem. Gente, primeiramente, muito obrigada. Em nome de Semiramis aqui, que foi a nossa mediadora. É o quê?
Sorry.
Eu ia falar. Tá, então pronto. Eu achei que até o agradecimento a Semiramis já dava, mas go on. Bom, eu queria agradecer em nome da Semiramis aqui, que foi a responsável por mediar essa roda.
I would like to thank, in the Samira's name, that she was responsible to mediate this speech.
Mas queria também as pessoas presentes.
But I also would like to thank to everyone here, present in here.
Ok. E dizer que nós estamos encerrando a programação da manhã de hoje.
Thanking you all and saying that we are ending our program today, in this morning.
Mas lembra vocês que ainda temos mais 2 atividades na parte da tarde.
We also have 2 activities in the afternoon.
A partir das 14 horas.
From 14 horas. 2 p.m.
Yeah. From 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m.
2 p.m. to 5:30.
Ok. Para participar das próximas atividades, vocês podem se inscrever através do QR Code, que está logo ali na nossa sinalização.
And to be able to participate in the next activities, you can subscribe yourselves to the QR code, which is in there.
On the wall, right on the left here.
Yeah.
Também gostaria de dizer que aqui na televisão a gente tem um QR Code que a gente está fazendo uma pesquisa de público.
And here on the television we have another QR code where we are making research, a public research about what you saw today.
É muito importante para a gente que vocês respondam às perguntas desse QR Code. 2 minutinhos vocês conseguem responder a pesquisa.
It's really important to all of us that you can be able to answer those questions. In 2 minutes, you can end up there.
E aí, a partir dessas respostas, o que vocês estão achando da programação da Casa Sul Global?
And from your answers, we will know what is your thoughts about our program. Yeah.
Aproveitamos também para agradecer ao Canto Coworking na figura da Isabela Canto.
We also would like to thank Canto Coworking with Isabela Canto
por nos receber nesse espaço delicioso e reforçar que a Casa Sul Global vai estar aqui até quinta-feira, 20 de novembro.
For receiving us in this delicious space and to keep in mind that this South Global House will be here until November 20.
Então, sigam nossas redes para saber de toda a programação, compartilhem, para que até dia 20 a gente possa receber muitas pessoas aqui na nossa casa.
So, follow up our networks and share for we can receive a bunch of people here until November 30.
Pedimos, por gentileza, que vocês devolvam seus aparelhos que vocês pegaram lá embaixo. Podem devolver lá embaixo mesmo para a Sofia.
We ask you to return your devices to Sofia downstairs.
E às 13h30, a gente vai iniciar o credenciamento para as atividades da tarde. Então, é importante que vocês fiquem atentos a esse horário para o credenciamento.
And beware that from 1:30 p.m. we want to start the credits for the afternoon service.
Agradecemos novamente as instituições financiadoras da Casa Sul Global.
We thank again the financial institution of South Global House.
Fundo Baobá para a Igualdade Racial.
Fundo Baobá para a Igualdade Racial.
Fundação Grupo Volkswagen.
Fundação Grupo Volkswagen.
Fundação Brasil de Direitos Humanos.
Fundação Brasil de Direitos Humanos.
Fundo Casa Sul Global.
Fundo Casa Sul Global.
Global Giving.
Global Giving.
Instituto Clima e Sociedade.
Instituto Clima e Sociedade.
Global Alliance for Green Gender Action.
Global Alliance for Green Generation.
Itaúsa. Próspera Social.
Próspera Social.
Global Fund for Community Foundations.
Global Fund for Community Foundation.
Global Grants Fund.
Global Grants Fund.
Bem-TV Diversidade.
Bem-TV Diversidade.
Instituto Ibirapitanga.
Instituto Ibirapitanga.
Fundação Avina.
Fundação Avina.
Instituto ACP.
Instituto ACP.
Instituto Sociedade, População e Natureza.
Instituto Sociedade, População e Natureza.
E Desandana Institute.
Desandana Institute.
Muito obrigada a todos e até logo.
Thank you all and see you soon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Muito boa tarde,
Good
gente.
afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to open the afternoon session. My name is Victoria Brown. I will be the Master of Ceremonies conducting the activities of the Global South House. Well, I will describe myself. I am a woman, Afro-Amazonian, wearing colorful macaw dress, wearing white boots. I first off would like to express for your attendance and also for those of you watching us live on YouTube. Everyone is wearing the headsets for interpretation services, right? Because you are going to participate on this panel now. Okay. So we are ready to go. I would like to express my appreciation to Rangel, our Brazilian Sign Language interpreters, as we are launching here in Belém do Pará, the first edition of the Global Production and Collaboration for Social Environmental Justice, Philanthropy, among other actors. We want to influence resource flows and power dynamics, ensuring that local solutions are at the core of global conversation on financing for climate and nature. The Global South House is an initiative of the Aliança Socioambiental Fundo del Sur and the Comuá network. And this year, it has the fundamental partnership of the Shift the Power movement and the Amazon Community Fund Network, bringing together dozens of independent philanthropic organizations from Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Debuting at COP30, the Global South House responds to the Brazilian presidency's call for global cooperation. That is, cooperation between peoples, sectors, and territories to turn commitments into action. Our program is the result of a collective creative movement through the open call for proposals from members, networks, and partner organizations. The nearly 40 activities submitted were evaluated by a curatorial committee comprised of representatives from Brazil, Southeast Asia, and Africa, which recommended the activities that make up this program. So, our many thanks to everyone who took part in building the Global South House. Special thanks also to the funders who make this possible. Baobab Fund for Racial Equality, Volkswagen Group Foundation, Brazil Fund, Casa Socioambiental Fund, Global Giving, Climate and Society Institute, Global Alliance for Green and Gender Action, Itaúsa, Próspera Social, Global Fund for Community Foundations, Global Green Grant Fund, BenTV Diversidade, Ibirapitanga Institute, Avina Foundation, ACP Institute, Sociedade, População e Natureza Institute, and the Samdana Institute. In the morning, we had our first activity of the day, proposed by Taboa Community Strengthening. Now, let's start the activity, Climate Justice and Defending Funding for the Protection of Life and Territories. I would like to ask Maite Smith to take her place here in front, here in the panel. In a while, you'll invite the other panelists to the stage. We also ask that before beginning your speeches, you introduce and describe yourselves. I wish you an excellent panel. Can you hear me? Loud, very low. Poderia aumentar o volume? Can you please turn the volume up? It's really low. It's way too low to interpret. Please let her know that the volume is rather low. Can you hear me if you point now and wave at me? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maite Smith. I'm the president of FOCLAC. I will describe myself. I'm a very tall woman. I'm wearing a light blue shirt with patterns, and I'm wearing navy blue trousers. Brown hair. I was telling you, my name is Maite. I'm representative of Ella. I am a political scientist. I'm the coordinator of bodies and territories for the Caribbean and FUNBIO. At the she has to speak into the mic. I apologize. So we're talking about climate justice and defenders, funding for the protection of life territories. I'm really pleased to be here with you to share this regional context with you. Yeah, this needs urgency in a territorial focus and experience to make it global. FUNBIO is a feminist fund, an urgent action fund for Latin America and the Caribbean to deal with territories that are at risk, mobilizing feminists and vulnerable communities in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we are geared towards protection and the full protection of movements and its members. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we want to defend the lives of defenders, or environmental defenders, that is. So I want to speak a little bit before starting the part. I'd like to invite Francisco, Rodrigo, Ana, everyone who will be the panelists here. I apologize, I should have invited everyone before. Now, I will introduce you a little bit more further down the road, okay? But I was all by myself here. Okay, perfect. I will introduce you, but before, I would like to provide some backdrop for us. When we were asked to moderate or chair to space, we worked in 21 countries in the region, and human rights and territory defenders, and the situation is really complex and difficult. I will provide some data here. Number of requests to get rapid response support is really high. In 2024, we got more than 850 requests, and we were able to support 53% of them. In 2025, we have already provided rapid response. Colonization and extractivism have invisibilized people, entities, knowledge, practices that are deeply rooted in our communities. Today, we cannot ignore that social environmental conflicts are at play. In many countries, governments are not focusing on human rights and environment, and they continue to favor large corporations, large capital. And this is aggravated by the accelerate transition towards this climate change issue that we're facing. In addition, a deterioration of democracy in many countries in the region. Social and political turmoil in Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, deniers of climate crisis, and so on and so forth. Defenders continues to be facing violence, threats, and persecution, even in countries like Brazil that are more democratic, but also Mexico and Chile. These are the countries where we are witnessing more missing people and assassinations. So, indigenous-led movements are key in this defense. They're all boosting fair transformation, with dignity towards a much better system and world. In times of crisis, movements must have hope and the collective defense of their territories. For us, for everyone, funders and funds who work with climate justice have to take this responsibility. We must not only focus security and protection, but also to take good care of defenders, environmental defenders. So how are we providing funds? Of course, funding in the long run is extremely important, but also have to secure flexible and rapid funds for emergency situations. So I will introduce you in a while. So we want to share experiences. A lot is going on here. That's why we wanted to hold this panel. We also want to continue strengthening this work not only nationally, but also internationally. We'll have 2 rounds of questions. First one is first on your experiences and what opportunities for collaboration there are in our regions. In both rounds, we will start from territorial experience. We will continue with Brazil and Colombia funds, and then international philanthropy. Well, I would like to invite, for time constraints, I would introduce the person who's going to speak, and we'll get a description of her. Okay? I would like to. So our colleague is from the Pastoral Land Commission in Pará State. To start with this conversation, how does the Pastoral Land Commission operate here, and how are you working with the communities? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francisco Alan Santos. I'm wearing a shirt, green, dark light green. I'm brunette. I'm from the state of Pará. Jointly with 2 other colleagues, and the PLC, the Pastoral Land Commission, over the years, since it was founded, has been operating in rural communities, providing support to peasants, but also opened up the range of activities it provides to try and mitigate violence in the fields against indigenous communities, quilombolas, and peasants. And our work is geared towards the protection of these people, because since the invasion of Brazil in the 1500s, a huge collapse occurred, land grabbing and other issues that place many people in the front line in this difficult situation. But our work providing support to communities and territories is materialized through processes, workshops that are delivered to protect the environment, to protect the territory, based on agroecology and smallholder economies, especially peasant women, and organize their families, involving youth also. these actions is what we call the grassroots work to awaken the protagonism of those actors in the territory. Because we, civil society agencies, are on the backstage providing support, but those in the front line are the people who are at the grassroots to work, raising awareness, promoting discussions, and these are the people we rely upon. And there is another important aspect concerning defenders, which is the legal support, also based on popular education, by acting really close to these communities, but especially the collective work in the experiences of working in the training processes, in providing support to help them overcome this climate collapse. And this is based on the community. It's a collective work. It's not an individual work. We involve the community and the host of other institutions and partners. And this is extremely important in this process. So we have the lawyers collective who has been providing legal support to the communities in Pará. So there is this supportive network, and people who are in the front line who feel threatened have the support from us. We don't work by ourselves. And one of the challenges or hurdles in this process, unfortunately, is the non-compliance or the dismantlement of public policies. And it has to do with the agrarian reform, the land demarcation of indigenous land, the lack of conflict resolution, of settlement, because oftentimes the conflict could be avoided if there was a good settlement strategy. So impunity also has to be taken into account, because land grabbers come with violence, but unfortunately, the state or the municipality let them get away with it. So we organize ourselves to cope with the situations, to stand up and fight in peaceful ways, of course. What happens with the Munduruku tribe? They had rallies voicing their concerns, and they were censored and repressed. So we want to move their concerns from the paper to reality. So we, as Pastoral Land Commission, assist them in that, okay, to protect territory and their peoples against the human rights. Okay, I used my time wisely, apparently. Way too low. I can barely hear what this microphone is capturing. Now, expert in indigenous rights. Ana? The creation of action, what learning you acquired throughout your career, your trajectory? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here talking to you this afternoon. I'd like to start by greeting my colleagues, panelists, Rodrigo, Juan, Ana, Francisco, Maite. Thank you for this wonderful partnership. We've been working hand in hand in the defense of defenders and thinking of ways on how to give it more visibility. So the Brazil Human Rights Fund stems from a dialogue of Brazil with organizations. We've been around for 9 years working with through calls, invitations to present proposals, and it is thanks to this hearing skill that we have that we understand ever more the aggravation and the risky situation that people in the front line are facing. Identifying the need to create a specific program for defenders. Our defenders program stems from this commitment that revealed year after year stressful situation, intimidation, violence. Our trajectory was consolidated from two fronts that feed themselves structuring support by calls for defenders.
First one became formal thanks to support that we had after our public notices that we would give to partners who had special needs. And ever since 2017, we started to focus more and more on activists and the response to the risk they were suffering. And in 2019, that became important because of the situation of the country, the activists. We had 1.7 million in resources for that, actually, for, to make sure that we had physical integrity and we could defend them. We also assessed the work that we did, and we see interesting standards here. We've seen some data. And there are 3 groups that are the most threatened and supported by our program: women, Black women, and indigenous peoples. They're the ones who usually have to deal with issues with race, territory. They have a very high risk. We've seen that in urban areas, peripheral areas. That's 42% of all the emergencies that we have. And some data that is important here about, violence and where that's manifested. At the same time, we see territories that are still spaces for conflict that are very critical. In many moments, from 2020 to 2022, we had to deal with emergencies because of conflicts in the territories and the pandemic as well. That violence is combined, actually. We see death threats in half the cases, and they usually come with intimidation, physical attack, abuse of power, gender violence. And we see that happening in alarming proportions. That situation made it evident that the emergency support is way more than a punctual response. It is actually a political tool to preserve life and also to preserve the collectives. Ever since 2019, in a dialogue with the field, we noticed that it wasn't enough to respond to the emergencies. We also had to work in the structural causes of risk exposure and also think about this as something strategic for the organizations. And that's where we built a map to identify between 2019 and 2020, identify what was improved with the public notices in 2022 and 2023 for these organizations. We're not just thinking about the short run, we're thinking about medium and long run as well, to avoid having so much vulnerability, to develop safety plans, to review internal processes, to dialogue with the foundation, to also have a better process for the collective. We had a few more public notices in 2025, and that shows how powerful that is. 16 organizations have been assessed, and all of them had progress, and half of them actually went up 2 levels on our scale. That shows then routines, protocols, decision processes, and concrete practices that will change these communities. I think it's worth talking about something that we learned here. Both fronts, the emergency and the public notice, they're not separated. They cannot be done separately. They will complement each other, because at many points, in many moments of these notices, we actually had to answer to these things in an emergency, in this emergency. And it is essential that we work with both strategies. Thank you. Let's turn it over to Rodrigo now. He actually helped us organize the event. Rodrigo Montaldi is from the coordinator of the Fundo Casa Socioambiental programs. He works with advocates for climate and justice as well. So Rodrigo, for me, the main question when we were reviewing this is the following. We wanted to know what motivated the fund for a quick response, and also how do you mix that with the collective experience that you had in the organizations to strengthen this network for advocates? Can you share that with us, please? I am Rodrigo. I'm a program manager at the Fundo Casa. I'm the coordinator of the advocate program for climate justice. I am a white man. I have curly hair. I'm wearing glasses and a brown t-shirt. And I'm a bit sick, but I'm very happy to be here. Well, Fundo Casa, before I start telling you about the program, I have to say this is very aligned with what Ana Valeria was saying about Fundo Brazil. You see, Fundo Casa had an event to celebrate our 20 years recently, and Fundo Casa, this long story, all these years, we've been able to support almost 5,000 projects, 160 million reais, basically, that were donated to the territories, to the communities, with a diverse agenda where human rights are the main theme, but also strengthening institutions and social participation, thinking also about structure, energy, consumption, agroecology, etc. So Fundo Casa has been strengthening the civil society for 20 years, especially the territories and the grassroots activities. And ever since 2019, in this scenario of tension in our country, we noticed we were being challenged to think about this agenda even more. Throughout these years, we've seen that there were many emergencies, and many times on a daily basis. So ever since 2019, we've tried to listen actively here in the Amazon. And actually, CPT was one of the main partners, just like Fundo Brazil and some other partners in Pará. We had seminars, we had different activities to understand at the time in 2019 what the bottlenecks were in our agenda for advocates. And one of the main bottlenecks would be having a quick response fund. So we have the FAO, we have some other partners that can help us. But since they are not in the country, it takes longer, to deal with logistics issues or banking issues for those resources to get to the communities in a quicker way. So in 2019, we created the Quick Response Fund to have more agility and to make sure these resources would get to the right hands in a safe way. Ever since 2019 until now, this fund was able to support over 350 people and collectives. We're able to help individuals. There's this importance in defense and protection that represents 4.5 million in donations for safety and protection measures. But in 2019, we understood that the fund for quick response was very important. As Valerio was saying, it will give immediate protection, but we needed to also have something more structured. And in that regard, we had 3 pillars. One of them is reinforcing collectives that are in the territories, dealing with communication, thinking about human rights violations. By the way, we've had 25 different projects in this regard. We have this second important pillar, which is legal counseling. So they give legal counseling to communities. We have Parajuba as well, helping in Tapajós. And we've been able to help 25 projects. So that's almost 2 million reais. We've been able to strengthen these groups and their institutions as well. There's an important need to do that. And for us, it has to do with institutional strengthening. And the third point here is that we understand that public policies are essential. Many times the state goes against these people. So we also have to make sure that social organizations that are also impacting these protection programs, that we have to assess if everything is fine. There are emergencies in Maranhão and other places. Many times we have that happening as well, that kind of impact as well. So we want to make sure that that's not going to be a problem. So these are the main pillars for us, and also the emergency response fund. That's what we've been doing in advocacy. But Maite, I think you were also asking about networks. For us, defending advocates will only happen if we're able to also build trust with networks in the territories. For us, without having those partners in the territories, it is impossible to continue, or, building trust, really listening actively, trying to understand urgency and structuring of actions. I think for us, that's the path. That's what we believe will help. That's how we transform more positively. So we have to think about all this. And I think that's interesting as well, because these networks that are, strengthened in the territories, they also can work with different funds. We have Fundo Casa, Fundo Brazil, some other funds as well. We have a constant dialogue in this agenda in terms of exchanging information, strengthening skills, basic or common needs. But anyway, it's a complicated agenda. We're talking about emergencies here. So this network has to think about territories and funds as well. I think that's the secret, really, to be successful and to have good connections between funds and territories. Thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo. Now let me turn it over to Juan Camilo Mira from Emerger Colombia. He has experience in public policies in rural areas. He has experience working with local communities to have financial mechanisms for sustainability. Thank you, Juan Camilo, for being here. Well, we were talking about the context in Brazil. We were talking about these experiences. Now, from your perspective, could you tell us what the main risks and strategies for protection are in Colombia? And also, could you link that to the motivation of creating the program in the Emerger Fund?
Yo creo que no se está escuchando.
Ahora sí, bueno. Bien, no les voy a decir lo
Very
obvio.
well.
Tengo miopía y astigmatismo, por eso uso varios pares de gafas.
I'm wearing glasses and a colored shirt, which actually was a gift from my daughter. And my oldest daughter actually had a baby a month ago. So I am a grandfather now. I've been an environmental advocate all my life, and we created the Emerger Fund with Fondo Casa. 5 years ago, we have supported 400 initiatives already, and we usually say that the Emerger Fund is a fund for advocates, really, because I mean, we shouldn't be creating a specific program for advocates because we are a group of advocates per se. But there's an emergency, of course, in Colombia right now. I'm not going to repeat all the horrible numbers, the figures that we have, but we have most of the armored cars in Latin America are in our country. And we're talking about a panic button really in a place with no connectivity. And if the panic button doesn't work, it doesn't work in most of the places in the country. So it's very complicated. And we have a system to defend human rights, but it's being impacted as well. And it's institutional. It doesn't respond to the urgent measures that we need. So I also wanted to say that the Fund for Urgent Matters has financed and supported a large quantity of initiatives in Colombia. So philanthropy has really grown in Colombia, and it's even more evident now. And one of the funds is your fund. Also, we have the Mexican fund. What about the Emerger Fund? The thing is, we need a fund for emergency activities. And the coincidence here is that we've created the Fondo Casa and the Emerger Fund after the experience of Fondo Casa and the experience of other funds as well in the Fondos del Sur partnership. So we learn with from each other, and it's a good way to to work in a better way, and we're using information and experience of the other funds as well. I am very happy to see that we are creating a fund that is similar to what Fundo Casa is doing, what the emergency funds are doing, and I'm happy to see that in Brazil, you also have the same structure. And actually, what we're doing is we're creating a fund that is for emergencies and also for strengthening, because the reality in Colombia, the challenges that we deal with, they're not just threats, but also legal issues and stigmas and the loss of the institutions in Colombia. It has been a real problem due to changes in the legislation, in the environmental legislation. And we also have a lot of stigma really for environmental advocates. And there are also issues with financing, management, lack of connection, and having flexible funds, in a more permanent way makes us have better possibilities to deal with these conflicts. The problems that we're dealing with in Colombia when it comes to transforming models, carbon with oil, etc. The thing is, we have commodities here that cost less. So these are the activities that we're dealing with. And most of the violence in Colombia comes from these activities, these illegal activities. So the state really collaborates with that. And many of these illegal activities are legal now with the state. So all that makes the lives of advocates very complicated. But this kind of support is important. I'm happy to hear from you about these solutions. We're happy to be thinking about that same thing. That's the path, really.
And we should integrate our funds with other funds, so there is no redundancy. And we have to work beyond human rights that have been working for many years and have the experience for that, and the mechanisms of corroboration and emergency mechanisms that we do not have. So we cannot build this whole thing. So we should tap on their experience. Otherwise, I'm going to waste a lot of time and resources. So we should work and team up with organizations that have this available. They have protection mechanism, that is. Thank you so much. We want to now shift to international philanthropy. Now we're going to talk to Ana Nascimento from Porticus, and she's fully fledged in international cooperation and institutional programs. Ana, can you please share with us how is international philanthropy and the protection of defenders in South America and Brazil? And can you please, how can we give more visibility to the work of defenders and enhance their protection? Thank you. Can you please describe yourself? Thank you so much. I will speak Portuguese. Good afternoon. Thank you for your attendance. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a Caucasian woman, middle height, short hair, light brown, almost blonde. I have a patterned green dress, and I'm 40 plus years old. It's a privilege to be here. And it's excellent. And at the same time, it's really challenging to talk after our partners. But what else can I add to what's been widely said? Because our role is to support one another. We missed the sound here. Oh, sound is back. Okay. The role of international philanthropy has operates in more than 90 countries in the world. And our goal is human dignity, protect human dignity. And there are some elements that are specific, such as environment, climate, education, and a few others. So I have the privilege of partnership with everyone here at this room, at this panel, and I'd like to highlight a few points here. I would like to highlight some elements that I think that internationally speaking should be thought in terms of giving more visibility to the defenders. Historically, international philanthropy is quite active, has been quite active in the defense of human rights. In philanthropies, the international one is the most active one, okay? However, I think that right now we see a different type challenge going on. We're going through a major international bilateral cooperation or multilateral cooperation shift. So human rights, especially vulnerable groups, those vulnerable groups are a sensitive, part of a sensitive agenda that may cause reputational risk to some people. So I think this is an element we should lose sight of. On the other hand, in Brazil, and in Colombia at least, both countries present here have good examples that if you see things on paper, national governments are establishing a dialogue with civil society. And this is a favorable environment for holding national dialogue. Again, theoretically, international cooperation would be not that necessary because there is a dialogue going on at the national level. This all creates an environment of disencouragement for international philanthropy to support. So what I think that we should establish a narrative dispute and highlight some elements that question this international distance, so to speak. A first important element to highlight on this narrative dispute is the possible confusion between public security and the defense of defenders. So the role of law enforcement is to keep the order and peace and quiet. But what we're talking here about the right of self-defense, institutional strengthening. So it's excellent what all the funds and panelists have shown, the multidimensionality of public security. We're talking about legal, technological, cybersecurity, financial security, emotional security, and all the factors involved. So it's a much broader scope and much more complex situation because it's extremely relevant, in addition to the data that have been put here, showing that both theory and practice don't match. So this is a distinction we should bear in mind here, because it allows us to show the importance of the strengthening of democracy to create these strategic spaces in the different spheres of security. And the different capabilities, different response times, maturity levels, And all the examples given here showing the difference between emergence and institutional development. So establishing this discussion and putting this on the tables is important. And when we bring things into multi-safety or security elements, philanthropy has a role to play and a more comfortable role to play, to understand that it's not a matter of disputing the large national agenda. Now, Brazil and Colombia will run for president. I mean, we'll have presidential election in November. So, how to develop the rights of populations, of the forests, of the waters, for them to organize themselves and voice their concern. The other thing that I think it's important for philanthropy, that Camilo also mentioned, is the opportunity for learning between groups and countries. So to honor the house of the Global South, I think there is plenty of opportunity to exchange experience, mutual support, because philanthropy can be an important allied partner to promote these connections. And finally, knowledge management. Unfortunately, in Latin America, we went through all types of turmoil in politics, and our people in North America, friends in North America, the U.S. especially, as afraid of what's going on politically speaking. So how are we learning with these new situations? And we're open to innovation, because all the rationale that we used to plan, the linear planning, is being questioned. We have to be ever more prepared for the disruptions that have been popping up more predictably. So less predictably, excuse me, so there's opportunities for us to share knowledge and experience to help us establish possible dialogues and have arguments in. I think the colleagues have already covered a lot of what I intended to say also. Thank you. Thank you. As you can see, there's a lot of experience in this panel. We want to share a lot of time. There's not time enough. The idea now on the second round is look into the future and see opportunities, articulation, and pathways we can take internationally, nationally, locally. So I pass the microphone back to Francisco for him to share the legal support, also aspects that have been mentioned here, the rapid emerging funding to protect lives and to get legal support, okay, or people who are threatened or defenders. What are the opportunities there and challenges as well? So, I think when Rodrigo said, he mentioned our committee in Pará State for Human Rights Defense. Or it's been around for 2 years. It's a civil society organization, and it's important because it bears this fruit. The committee was structured and influenced on the statewide protection. It's a decentralized program that is, people do not have to displace themselves to come here, because this is going to be managed locally, regionally. It's quite an advancement as of having decentralized public policy to meet the demands and know what the situations are in the different places and to be more present, in a word. So for the future, I think the importance of strengthening the territories, collective strengthening, the national program to defend the defenders, to protect the defenders, are extremely important for that to move away from the paper and to come into practice, be put into practice, and to assist public policies that reflect reality, because the situation faced by an indigenous community is different from a quilombolas or peasants or urban workers. So it's important for these communities to be present with us in those territories and voice their concerns. And we need investment for these institutions to expand their work ever more and to enhance their administrative structures. We do not follow and support only the legal aspects, but also the human situation of these people. They come to the Pastoral Land Commission to ask for support or legal assistance, but we have to understand the different issues that particular person is facing. And we have to take into account their traditions, their ancestry, their ancestors. Well, one defender that we follow posted on the social media. But and what about those people in the front line who are being threatened? So we have to improve the lives of these people because they are exposed and they are in the community, in their territories. So a quilombola community near Belém have defenders who are threatened because the territory is threatened. And this has a terrible impact on the human mental health of these people. They see themselves as the agent that can contribute to the process of improving the mental health of people who go through this situation. So I'd say that looking to the future and providing support to the communities, to these collectives, and take into account the human dimension, the therapy that these people need to have, because oftentimes some of our institutions and public policies provide healthcare, and based on our experience acquired during the pandemic, sometimes the territories do not have good quality internet, for example. Here in Pará, Belém do Pará, we have difficulties in having good internet connection, and reaching out to these communities, remote communities, is extremely difficult. So the network to welcome these people, to take these people in, and bringing together partners are extremely important in providing full care, humane, also affording quality access to quality health care. The national plan that has been recently launched will need the support. The support by the funds to these institutions is essential. It's not through a plan that violence in the fields, in the forests will end. On the contrary, there is an articulation going on from politicians, right-wing politicians, to dismantle what's been built throughout a process. So our lobbying, our enhancement of the clout of the leadership is essential for the whole process. Thank you. Thank you, Francisco. Now the floor back to Ana to hear about Fundo Brasil is in philanthropy and what improvements will be needed to enhance these mechanisms. Thank you. Well, better late than never. So I'm a white, Caucasian female, curly hair. I'm wearing glasses, white blouse, and black trousers. The future. I think we've seen a diagnosis here of what's going on, but looking into the future, I would mention it's extremely important that human rights protection organizations are facing a paradox, a strong paradox. The need for protection, violence is increasing, but at the same time, and Ana mentioned something we've never had a lack of funds, of resources, even in the darkest hour. In bleak times, thanks to partnerships that stand up and support us. And we see a lot of resources pouring in. And this mismatch with more violence and less funding jeopardizes the whole situation here in Brazil. What we think? We see three pathways. The first one is the need to provide protection to defenders, environmental defenders, that is, so, and beef up our narrative. Fundo Brasil experience shows that full protection is structural. It involves risk analysis, internal governance, communication, collective protection, and it's important that philanthropy realizes it has a role to play. There is no social environmental justice without that. And the second pathway is try to overcome the rigid divide between emergency support and structuring support. And everyone mentioned that need, that both have to exist, they have to walk hand in hand, because the moment demands from us the fast response and to enhance organizations in the medium and long run, and to strengthen communities, the funds, and have territorialized protective mechanisms, because that's what has capillarity and day-to-day presence in those who are threatened. Not only recognizing and acknowledging that, but provide fast responses. Philanthropy, Brazil, and international philanthropy have to acknowledge this need. And Fundo Brasil wants to perfect its defenders program to perfect four fronts: technology for full protection, armed groups, contexts dominated by armed groups, that is, in partnership with people and produce knowledge along the lines to give visibility to defenders, to disseminate philanthropy does encouraging funders to continue with their funding. And to conclude, I'd like to underscore what we've been doing, and it's extremely important to have here. There is no protected biome, there is no alive territory if we don't take care of the people who are the defenders within these biomes, defending every day their work courageously. Climate justice has to protect the people, defenders. That's the only way of protecting the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ana. I think this is an important message, really. So, Rodrigo, now thinking about what you've been doing and the things you've learned, could you tell us more about how you're integrating these flows and everything that's necessary in the territory, and how can we continue to strengthen the networks, the funds, and the organizations as well? Thank you for the question, Maite. I think it's important to mention this view that we have to strengthen initiatives for well-being, for living. We had the example of family agriculture here, for instance, as a strategy to help these people in their territories. And I'm saying this because right now we have a partnership, a discussion here with foundations and organizations that help with resources in Brazil. We see that right now we're starting a second call with Caixa, public bank, that with this social environmental fund, in a partnership of over 40 million reais, we're opening a second call to work with social biodiversity and solutions based on nature. So last year we selected 202 projects, and this year we started with this call with over 200 projects. So in total, we have 400 projects in these cycles, because we understand that supporting this agenda is something that will complement what we do in advocacy as well. We don't understand this agenda and human rights defense as an isolated thing. So we have this need to take this to the territories. We need to take more resources in a quick way without bureaucracy. Many times it's their first access to these resources, so it's important to do that with these agendas. And I wanted to also say that, just to reinforce what we were saying before, networks are very important to us. Whether it's a network with other funds, as Ana was saying, it's important for us as philanthropic initiatives. We have to build skills. We have to build these abilities. We were at this seminar last week discussing our agenda for next year. That's something that FUNACASA and FUNABrazil were organizing to think about the elections in 2026 and how these people in the territories will see this scenario, because we've seen that in 2019 and at other times as well. So we understand that strengthening these networks can come from that. And this is the example, we were discussing strategies on how we have to prepare to not just deal with emergency, but also think with these social initiatives, how the movement is going to be in 2026. That's very important to us, and we want to strengthen these abilities, these skills. So with active listening and building trust with them, we can also build our strategies. That's our goal. So that's based on also legal counseling and the impact on the public policies for protection. And just to wrap up, I wanted to say that I like what Nego Bispo wrote, that a river won't stop being a river because it shocks a different river. It starts to be many different rivers when it joins another river. So that's exactly what we do. We are joining our efforts to be a collective power. There are no isolated solutions. Protecting advocates is the same as protecting territories, communities, democracy, and our common future. Protecting those who defend the territories, the rivers, nature is protecting the future of humanity. Without them, there's no possible justice. Thank you. Thank you, Rodrigo. Let's see if we have any questions here. Juan Camilo, I think.
Interregional e interpaíses que ya han hablado, ¿no? De cómo han cooperado con el Fundo Casa y los aprendizajes.
You were talking about how you were cooperating with Fundo Casa and the learnings, the lessons learned, basically. How can we continue that in Latin America? Well, I think the best way is for us to continue to work on projects as a group, really. We had a project in Peru, Colombia, for the Amazon basin. We were discussing that with Peru, Ecuador, Bolivia as well, Brazil, Colombia. I mean, joining our efforts, our forces. We've been talking about having projects at the border with Ecuador, for instance. The border, it's a very complicated region. We have the Mira River and the Pacific Coast. Those are the routes for drug trafficking, usually. People trafficking many times, coke as well, cocaine actually. And we've been discussing that with Peru as well, and it's been a conflict because the mafia there is exporting their violence, their mafia. So it's very complicated. I know that a person that was supported by Fondo Peru was also killed last year. So Laura and many people who are here had to go to a community in Putumayo with a person who said that somebody set a price to their head. So that communication is important. We cannot work alone anymore. So I think we have to join our forces. We have to work with funds in Colombia. And see what lessons we can learn. There's also Escazú. There's, different levels of development in the different countries, but Escazú could be an interesting opportunity for LATAM to work together, to work on this development. Actually, we've been thinking of integrating the preparation for Escazú in the advocacy groups, thinking about the implementation of the agreement in Colombia. We're looking at a prior phase of development. Well, it's been implemented in Colombia, but not in all countries. I think the elections as well, the political issues in Peru, the new far-right president in Ecuador, that's also going to reinforce this agenda. The far-right governments in LATAM are going to continue to impose measures that impact the development of these organizations due to repression. They change the norms, they close organizations, they judicialize players. They're developing many norms that will stop the development of our organizations. In Peru, it's been more severe. And I hope in Colombia they are not going to copy these models, because we usually copy models like that. But anyway, we see that's what's happening. And I think this way they have found, to attack organizations from an institutional standpoint, it's very complicated. So whatever we do in governance and structures, administrative structures, registrations, etc., that's all going to help organizations be more resilient, I think. So that's the situation right now, but we have more, I would say, solid organizations now. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask now the last question, which is also connected with what you just said. How can we expand our dialogue with international philanthropy to strengthen the movements in areas of risk? And apparently this is going to continue as well. This is going to increase a lot in the future. Well, as I said before, I think there is a consensus that this is a very difficult issue. Since it's a delicate issue, I think it's very important that we bring national philanthropy to this discussion, because it will make these movements more legitimate. I think that's the first challenge that we have to work with in LATAM. So how can we activate national philanthropy to be an ally for these activities and to make them legitimate? I think we have to demystify the issue. We've been thinking about violence, but we also have to think about the development of strategies, prevention. We have to connect that to a central demand, which is resource flexibility, autonomy of organizations to obtain these responses. So as I was saying, when we're able to finally see that strengthening the right of expression, of protection of organization and all that, if we're able to also bring other partners to this, I think that would be an interesting possibility. And it would bring more legitimacy, and that would also bring more players, to this great collaboration. It's not an effort that we can deal with alone because of its complexity. It's impossible to ignore this great opportunity that we're discussing in all of the different scenarios as well. The importance of having organizations in the territories that are strengthened for any initiative, whether it's mitigation, adaptation, reforestation. I mean, how can we connect advocacy and future? I think you've all mentioned that, and I think that's very strong. We have to take advantage of this moment. There are solid arguments right now, and it's difficult to deny this direct access. So we have to navigate all that and connect that with these other agendas. So territories, rights, other possibilities to develop territories and economies. So dealing with illegal economies and all that, everything is connected. We have to take advantage of this moment. Now we know that a lot of people are thinking about this as a top priority, so we have to access these resources that traditionally are not being discussed. I also like to say that philanthropy is not a monolith. I mean, there's not just one way to work with philanthropy. There's not just one profile of philanthropy. So it is important to see what kind of profiles and appetites there are. Those who work in the long term, in the short term, who's open to risk, who wants something safer, let's just say. So considering all that, we have a multi-dimensional matter. And I'm sure there's space for everyone and the possibility to collaborate with everyone. Maybe we have to be very frank. I usually say that we have to be more honest about our appetite, our profile, our interests, to make it easier to have this dialogue with the different players. And I think the example that Rodrigo mentioned as well, accessing other resources, just like public power and all that. So philanthropy is never going to be able to deal with these other resources. So I think this is an important dialogue. We have to understand these different profiles and collaboration. I think that's the final message. So after this last panel and discussion, that's what I would say. With all these very complex scenarios, there are solutions that are not enough, and collaboration is essential for anything that we're going to do. So we have to be open to that. And in my opinion, the first step that we need to think about for effective collaboration is transparency. And that's how we can assemble this puzzle to make sure that the people who are exposed, who are, putting their lives at risk, are at the core of any initiative that we're going to execute in our planet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Ana, Francisco, Rodrigo, Juan Camilo. Thank you for your comments. We have to wrap up now, but I just wanted to mention a couple things that I found interesting in this conversation. First of all, the context of crisis and emergency is visible, it's there. And I think, thinking about climate justice, we have to see how this is making these emergencies more acute in the different territories. That's the first point. I also wanted to say that the movements and the communities and the territories, they have the practices, knowledge, networks to respond to these crises. So the most important thing is that as funds, we have to make sure that these resources get to these places, to these advocates who are working on very important things. And that's where our responsibility lies as a fund, this collective responsibility as well, where we see how we can do this together, how we can complement each other's efforts. We don't want to duplicate, we want to join our forces. And last but not least, we have to think about safety, protection, collective care in a holistic way, in a human way. So thank you. Thank you all. And let me turn it over to Victoria now, our MC. Thank you.
Ay, es que me dijeron que habían 20 minutos.
So, Victoria?
Well,
I'm being told that I have time for 2 questions. 2 questions, maybe? Is that okay? We had a question over there from the audience.
Están escuchando que vienen unas preguntas.
The sound was not getting in the booth. What's your opinion about the program, the protection of for defenders, environmental defenders, that is? How do you see the program today? No matter how much we organize ourselves, organized civil society cannot protect defenders fully. The data that Ana provided about Brazil can be tampered with, right? Because I have 20 years of experience, and organizations have a hard time in working with prevention. So they have to suffer something then to put measures into place, and so things kind of go back to square one. So can the data be tampered with somehow or distorted or something? Okay. One question, and then we answer them all. No, we have room for two questions only, right? Good afternoon. I'm a journalist. I covered many cases of violations of human rights and women, and I followed very close a transvestite who was threatened and had to leave the country, and she's been overseas ever since. And I've been in touch with other activists for women. The cause, the strategy, the mechanism of prevention is really hard to apply, right? There's no such thing as standard protection. And I would like to understand if you have experience on protection of women, protection of LGBT plus people, and what to do and how to deal with the aggressor. Well, okay, I will answer the first question, okay? Okay. Yes, time is running out. I think that the first question about figures, I will underscore something that is being said here about a feeling and a reality that for the protection of defenders after the end of the previous right-wing government, and where people were more exposed or organizations were weakened, okay, due to the policies, there is now the understanding for resources are no longer provided at an emergency regime, say, okay, and nothing compared to the previous administration, right? So, but there's a scarcity or reduction of resources for the protection of defenders. As far as protection systems, we have government responsibility because of public policies, but organized civil society also are protecting us. So we should be able to strengthen civil society. And the organization has to get in touch with us with resources or their own funds. So there is failure within the policy to mitigate that situation. So it was through the strategy of strengthening organizations that we kind of changed the atrocious situation we had in the past. In FUNBIO Brazil, we had this decrease in protection for defenders, and funds were also reduced, or the funders that were willing to provide the funds or the grants too. So we try and come up with the strategies and change and shift our narratives to open new spaces. For us, this is a very strong reality. So the person who's the head of our program, Alexandre, can then share with you our strategies, okay? Yeah, if you want to answer the last questions. I think the interesting thing about the existing funds here is that we support different populations. When Latin America supports women who defend their rights. So we have to seek funds that secure resources to gender issues and violence issues. And the most important thing, and these are flexible funds, and you should be able to tell us what you need, okay? So this trust is built based on what you need, okay? So you have to let us know what your needs are. Flexible funds for you to let us know what you need. So I'm going to close here. I apologize. Thank you so much for your attention.
Bom, gente, estamos encerrando aqui essa atividade. Eu queria só dar alguns
We're
avisos
concluding this activity. I'd like to very briefly count on your protection to stick to the time that was scheduled to you. Okay, so we're closing today's second activity, but I will like to remind you that at 4, we're going to have another session, okay? So for you to register accordingly and so on and so forth. All right? We take the opportunity to express our appreciation to the co-work in the name of Isabella Campo, who's our partner here in the Global South House. The headset that you're wearing must be returned. Also, I would like to reiterate that here on the monitor, you have a QR code, which is an audio survey, okay? What's your opinion about the Global South House? This feedback from you is extremely important for us, okay? So that's it. And again, thank you to our funders, without whom it would have been impossible for the Global South House to exist. I would like to support the Volkswagen Fund, the Causa Socioambiental, Global Giving, Climate Inside the Institute, Global Alliance for Green and Gender Action, Itaúsa, Próspera Social, Global Fund for Community Foundations, Global Green Grant Funds, BenTV Diversidade, Ibirapitanga Institute, Avina Foundation, ACP Institute, Society, Population and Nature Institute, and the Samdana Institute. Thank you so much and see you next session.
Muito boa tarde, gente. Já já a gente vai
Everyone, good
começar a nossa
afternoon.
última programação da tarde.
We'll start
queria,
our last
primeiramente,
session.
chamar se tem pessoas que já estão credenciadas para a atividade, que estão no café, que estão em outras áreas aqui do
I'm
canto.
going to invite
Eu peço que
everyone
vocês
to
cheguem pra gente
come
poder
sit
começar a nossa
down so we can
atividade.
get
Para as pessoas
started.
que não vão participar dessa programação de agora, eu peço que a gente diminua um pouco para a gente poder ouvir e concentrar aqui na nossa programação. Tá bem? Bom, eu me chamo Vitória Brown, eu sou a
I'm
mestre de
Victoria
cerimônias
Brown. I am the
Global.
MC for
Vou
this
fazer minha
session at
descrição
Casa Sur
para que
Global.
todos
I'm
possam
going
saber quem eu
to
sou.
describe
Sou uma
myself.
mulher afro-amazônica, de
I'm
cabelo
an
black,
African
estatura
Amazonian
mediana.
woman.
Tô vestindo uma blusa vermelha com os
I'm a black
babadinhos,
woman.
uma
I
araia, uma
have a
flor, uma
red
calça branca, uma bota
dress,
branca e tenho uma sereia
white
tatuada no meu
boots,
braço
and I
direito.
have a tattoo on my
Gostaria de
right
agradecer
arm.
primeiramente a presença de todos que estão aqui
I
e
would
também
like
quem
to
está nos
thank everyone
acompanhando ao
who is
vivo agora
here
pelo
with us
YouTube.
and those
Também
who
quero
are
lembrar
live
que para
on
as pessoas que ainda
YouTube.
não retiraram seus
And
fones,
for those
é
who
preciso
haven't
fazer a
gotten
retirada dos
their
fones. Então tá
headsets,
todo mundo com os fones de
please
ouvido?
do so now.
Quem ainda não retirou, vocês podem retirar com a Sofia
Thank
na
you.
entrada
You
aqui
can get them
embaixo,
over
tá bem?
there
Toda a
with
nossa programação
Sophia.
é transmitida através do fone, tá bem?
Our program
E a
is
nossa
going to
transmissão está
be
sendo feita no português,
translated
no espanhol e também no inglês.
in
Quero
Portuguese,
agradecer
English,
também a
and
Sara Calice e
Spanish.
Aridne Rangel, que são
Sara
nossas
and
intérpretes da
Aridne
língua
are
brasileira
our
de
Brazilian
sinais.
Sign Language
Bom, estamos
interpreters over
lançando
here
aqui em
with
Belém a
us.
primeira edição do projeto A Casa
We're
Sul
launching the
Global.
first edition of Casa Sur
Físico e
Global.
simbólico de
It is a
articulação
symbolic
política,
space for
mobilização, produção de
political
conhecimento e
articulation,
colaboração para
production of
filantropia
knowledge,
e
and
justiça
collaboration for
socioambiental entre
philanthropy
atores do
and
Sul
climate
Global.
justice
Queremos
between different
influenciar os
players in
fluxos de
this
recursos
global
e as dinâmicas
south.
de poder,
We would like to
garantindo que as
impact
soluções
the
locais
power
estejam no
dynamics
centro
and
das
make sure
conversas
that local
globais
solutions
sobre
are at the core of
financiamento
our
para clima
discussions
e
on
natureza.
funding for
A Casa
climate
Sul
and
Global é uma
nature.
iniciativa da Aliança
Casa Sul
Socioambiental
Global
Fundos
is
del
an
Sur
initiative
e
of
Rede
Fondos
Comuá,
del
que
Sur
neste
and
ano
Rede
conta com a
Comuá,
parceria
and this
fundamental
year
do
we have
movimento
the
Shift to
partnership
Power
of the
e da
Shift the
Rede de
Power
Fundos
movement
Comunitários da Amazônia,
and the
reunindo dezenas de organizações
funds from
da
the
filantropia
Amazon,
independente da América
with many
Latina,
different players
África
of
e
independent
Sudeste
philanthropy
Asiático.
in Latin America, Africa, and
Estreando em
Asia.
plena COP30, a Casa Sul Global responde ao
Casa Sul
chamado da
Global is
presidência
responding
brasileira
to
ao
the
mutirão
call of
global,
the
ou
Brazilian
seja, a
presidency to
cooperação
have a
entre
global
povos, setores e
workforce,
territórios
so
para
cooperation between
transformar
different
compromissos em
territories and sectors
ação.
to
Nossa
transform
programação
commitments
nasce
into
de movimentos de
action.
criação
Our
coletiva
program
através da
comes
chamada
from
proposta
a
aberta para
collective
membros,
effort
redes e
for members,
organizações parceiros.
networks,
As
and
quase 40
partnering
atividades
organizations.
enviadas foram avaliadas por um
The
comitê
40
curatorial
activities that were sent
integrado por
were
representantes
assessed
do
by a
Brasil, Sudeste
committee
Asiático
integrated
e
by
África, que
Brazil,
recomendou as atividades que compõem
Asia, and
essa
Africa,
linda
and
programação
then
aqui da nossa
they
casa.
assessed the
Então,
activities
nosso
to
muito
recommend a
obrigada a
program.
todos que fizeram parte da
We would like to thank
construção da
everyone who
Casa Sul
has
Global.
taken part in the
Um
construction
especial
of Casa Sul
agradecimento também
Global.
aos nossos
We would
financiadores
also like
que
to thank
tornaram
our
possível essa realização. Fundo Baobá para a
the
Igualdade
institutions
Racial,
that have
Fundação Grupo
helped us:
Volkswagen, Fundo
Baobá,
Brasil de
Grupo
Direitos
Volkswagen,
Humanos,
Fundo
Fundo
Brasil,
Casa
Fundo Casa
Socioambiental,
Socioambiental,
Global
Global
Giving,
Giving,
Instituto
Clima e
Sociedade,
Sociedade
Global Alliance for
Institute,
Green and Gender
Global
Action,
Alliance for
Itaúsa,
Green and Gender
Próspera
Action,
Social,
Itaúsa,
Global
Prospera
Fund for
Social,
Community
Global Fund for Community
Foundations,
Foundations, Global Green Grants Fund, Bem
Instituto
TV, Ibirapitanga
Fundação
Institute,
Instituto
Avina
ACP,
Foundation,
Instituto
ACP
Sociedade,
Institute,
População e
Sociedade,
Natureza e The
População e
Santana
Natureza,
Institute.
and the Santana
No dia de
Institute.
hoje, já tivemos duas mesas na nossa programação. A primeira com Taboa,
We've already
fortalecimento
had
comunitário,
two
e a
different
segunda foi
sessions
Fundo
this
Casa
morning,
Socioambiental e Fundo Brasil de Direitos Humanos.
different
Ambas as
discussions
mesas foram
with
transmitidas e estão
different
disponíveis no nosso
funds,
canal de YouTube.
and they're
Sem
available on
mais,
our channel
vamos
on
dar início à
YouTube.
nossa última
Without
atividade do
further
dia.
ado, we're going to
Financiando
continue
sistemas
with our
alimentares
next
de
activity,
resiliência no Sul Global.
financing
Gostaria então de passar a
resilience
palavra
in the
para Albert
global south.
Salamanca
So,
e
Albert
dizer que
Salamanca,
antes de vocês, os
you
outros
have the
panelistas
floor.
começarem as suas
I'm going to
conversas,
ask you
façam
all
sua
to
autodescrição
introduce
para que todos possam
yourselves
nos
and
ver.
describe
Muito obrigada
yourselves
e
as
ótimo
well so
painel.
that everyone can see you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Oh, that's good. Thank you. My name is Albert Salamanca. I'm with the Adaptation Research Alliance, and I'll be moderating this session. Now, but before we proceed, can I just introduce our panelists? Can you tell us your name and your organization and where you're from?
Hello, it's on. Yeah. Hello everyone. I'm Elina Saba. I'm the program coordinator with International Funders for Indigenous Peoples. And I come from Nepal, and I belong to the Limbu indigenous peoples from the very eastern hills of the Nepal. And very, very great to be here, to be with you all here in Belém. Thank you. Hello. Okay. Okay. I'm from Mali, and I'm with human rights. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ratna Pawitra. I'm working for Samdana Institute, and I'm coming from Indonesia. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm JV. I'm from the Philippines, from Manila Observatory. I follow the negotiation work streams of loss and damage and just transition. And I also do policy work on climate policy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Edna Kapchoyo from Kenya, the Pokot Peoples. I am with Pawanka Fund, a global indigenous-led fund. I support grant making and partnerships.
Okay, thank you so much. So the session we're going to have is about funding food systems and resilience in the Global South. I hope you will participate in this conversation, because what will happen is that we're going to have 3 provocations. So someone will share their insights, their reflection about an important topic, and then there will be responses from the speakers and also from you. So I hope you will also engage and share it with us, your ideas. And before I proceed, can I just ask, so the topic is about funding food systems and resilience in the Global South. When it comes to funding and finance, is this your first or the 10th session that you've attended about finance this week or last week? How many times have you been to finance sessions? Not much? Okay, how many times? 2, and then 0, 2 as well? 0, okay, this is good because okay, 3, someone here has attended 3 sessions already on finance. So I'm hoping this could really enlighten us. Because my next question would have been, if you've been to a lot of discussions about finance, I would have wanted to ask, what have you found from these conversations? Because obviously in the negotiations, finance is an important topic. Now, the first provocation that I'd like to ask Idna from Pawanka Fund is that, does trust-based funding for food systems in the Global South work? Are we funding transformation or just reinforcing dependency? So again, the question is, does trust-based funding for food systems in the Global South work? Or are we funding transformation or just reinforcing dependency? Edna, over to you.
Soronyo, and thank you everyone for being here. In terms of trust, I'd like first to start with a story. So imagine an indigenous community, the Hinladnai, for instance, in Karen peoples from Thailand. They invite you, a funder X, to accompany them, to help them implement a plan on their food systems. Not you defining, but they invite you as a funder X, and you join them and accompany them to meet their vision to sustain their food systems, but also to revitalize and really to facilitate intergenerational learning, because that's important for their food systems. And Funder X says, yes, we will accompany you, we trust you, and we are ready to partner with you, not in 2025, but until we feel you are enough and you've strengthened your food systems and it's sustainable. And I stop there and start. In terms of trust-based funding, in my own understanding and also borrowing from the lessons I have from Pawanka Fund as a global indigenous-led fund, trust means a partner, not a grantee, but a funder partnering with community, and both are partners who are mutually coming together, building a relationship based on trust, but also in ways that supports the self-determined development of those they are partnering with. And this requires long-term relationship, not a short-sighted kind of relationship, but also in terms of shifting power and looking at it. Are we really supporting communities as a fund? Are we really supporting communities and looking at shifting decision-making to them? Or are we also shifting decision-making power to the implementer, and not the other way around? And if community in the Global South, for instance, decides to partner with you, are we allowing them to live their visions and implement what they want to do in their own way with their own peoples? Or are we really shifting just reporting, accountability to the partner, but not partnering in how they make their own decision making, but also supporting the systems they have for learning, doing so, supporting the systems they have for learning, doing things, and also their ways of doing things, as well as in cases where they have challenges, also accompanying them and working with them to address those challenges. So what is a trust-based funding look like and partnership? And are we really helping community leaders to design what works for them and their community? And the other way around as well, are we also building really long-term relationship that also supports building of respect, strengthening rights for communities, but also allowing for responsibility, changing your internal governance, for instance, allowing communities also to form part of the structure and inviting them as well to define what they want to do. And also you opening up as a funder to allow learning and to change the way we do things internally, and also getting back and informing the community. This is the changes we've done as an organization, as a funder, to be able to adapt to your ways. Are you flexible enough? And are donors really and funders really ready to really lean and learn, from community leadership, which has been there for a long time? And with that, I'd love to pause and allow you to get back to the speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Edna. So let me ask Alina from the International Fund for Indigenous Peoples. What do you think of those questions? From your experiences, what are the opportunities through which trust-based funding will work?
Thank you for this very important question. Before going to answer that question directly in context of COP30, and we are speaking about climate finance, here in Belém at COP30, we are talking about resourcing 1.3 trillion in US dollar by 2035 as the new climate finance. And in that goal, the question is to where is Global South or the small scale farmers or indigenous peoples in that climate finance? And the context here is they really they don't have direct access to climate finance. And as a whole indigenous peoples movement, we are fighting inside the blue zone, asking for direct access of climate finance to them. And this is only with the UNFCCC mechanism. There are various mechanisms of channeling climate finance to the small scale farmers in the Global South. And one of them is Philanthropy. And this is where IFIP comes to play an important role, because as a network of funders of indigenous peoples, we work with funders to move the money directly to indigenous peoples. And coming to the trust-based funding, since there are so many challenges in mainstream institutions of climate finance, Philanthropy has the autonomy to make quicker decisions, to move the money quickly to where it is needed. But yet, in reality, it doesn't happen so easily. And we did research looking at more than 10,000 grants between 2016 and 2020. And out of $700 billion US, only 4.5 billion went to support indigenous peoples. And out of it, only 1.5 billion went to indigenous peoples. And we know that more than half of the farmers or small-scale producers are from the global south, are the indigenous peoples, are the local community. So IFIF has principle of agency, 5 hours of indigenous philanthropy that helps to build the trust-based funding. So first is respect, as Edna has also mentioned, building relationships, responsibility, reciprocity, and redistribution. Respect is valuing indigenous decision-making. They know what they want. They know where the money needs to go. So respecting that in delivering finance. And building relationship takes time. It takes numerous discussions, collaborations, understanding each other both ways. So when the mainstream grant making now is more like a financial transaction, and it often ends with one annual report. But we need to do at least 5 years of grant making and renewing that, so that we are building long-term relationships and flourishing the trust. And also responsibility. It is the responsibility of the funders to understand the grantee more, or give them a space or opportunity if something is not working out, rather than being very bureaucratic and pulling out the funds, things like that. And reciprocity, it goes two way as an indigenous values, like when you have a good relationship, like, so there is open communication in channel, so we don't feel complicated or blocked out of the process. For example, now if we want to access some of the climate funds, it's so bureaucratic, it's so complicated, it's not based on the reciprocal values. And on redistribution, it's about also overhauling of the existing structure and really moving that power and the money to the hands of those who need the most, and rather co-creating and co-designing the funding grant-making process that is based on trust, rather than from point A to B or from philanthropist to grantee. So I'd like to end it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for describing that funding mechanisms for indigenous peoples. With respect to these 5 Rs, can you tell us about some of the challenges that you have encountered?
So first and foremost is the current existing structure of philanthropy, and especially when it comes to fiduciary rules, accountability, and challenges. It is still, we are really away from ideal to achieve this goal, but there are also amazing funders like Pawanka Fund and many feminist fund who do the trust-based fundings and are moving millions in the global south. So we can learn from them. But at the same time, also, there is equally need to invest in capacity development. There is no excuse for philanthropists saying, oh, but we wanted to give the money, but there is no capacity for this XYZ organization to do the financial reporting. Being the institution who has since historical time period reinforced the inequality, it is also philanthropist's responsibility to equally contribute and funding in the capacity development or technical empowerment of the small-scale farmers in the global south context we are talking about. If we really want to accelerate the resilience to tackle the climate crisis.
So, Alina, what you're saying is that intention is one thing, but we have to look at also the structures and processes. Yeah.
Right.
Good. Thank you. Now, let's go to Wita in terms of the experiences of Samdana.
Sua experiência na Samdana.
Thank you, Albert. In trust-based funding, we have fund communities in around Indonesia. What we did is, the first is to teach them how to do the reporting, and then in finance, the simple one, and then for the narrative report, we ask them to tell their stories, because most of the time they know what they want to do. They know the story, but they don't know how to tell it. So we coach them how to tell their story, and then make a lot of photos, and then make a short videos of it, so we know what they do, how they did, and the process, what has been implemented on the ground.
Thank you, Vita. Now, how about everyone? What do you think about this question? Are we funding transformation or just reinforcing dependency? Yes, please go ahead. Is there a microphone? Oh, okay, just.
Eu sou Sara Rúbia. Tá saindo?
Yeah. Can you hear us? Yes. Can you hear us? Yes. I'm Sara Rubia. I'm a black woman with a horse tail. I'm wearing a seed necklace. I'm from Rio de Janeiro, from Vargem Grande, and I work with smallholder farmers in Pedra Branca. Funding for us is really hard to gain a direct access to. We need other organizations who have a structure to distribute these funds to us. What happens to us? Oftentimes, through other organizations which do not give us the freedom to do or what the farmers intend to do to achieve their goals. We have the experience of a direct partnership for the last 3 years. And the last year, we were able to do a lot more than other partnerships did in 20 years, because we have the freedom, the autonomy to do what we want. We do accounting, we do the reporting, everything else. So direct funding, small grants, and the other major difficulties that most grantees get or funders, they don't pay professionals. So they don't have an accountant, they don't have someone who is paid for the job they have. So, and they have to be absent in important times. And this is a major difficulty they also have, to have professionals, full-times, that are able to manage the project and are paid for it. They are not included in the calls for funds, in the requirements, that is.
Very insightful question. Can I just ask some of the funds, how do you answer to that question with regards to how do you pay for professionals to manage, to help them manage? Do you have some experiences?
Yeah, what we do, we ask you to put the consultants or technical assistant to your proposals, so you can get the assistance that you need during the implementation. So that's what we do in Samdana.
Edna, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting a challenge that most of our partners were facing. With Pawanka Fund, what we do, we have a team. So they have a responsibility to accompany our partners in developing reports, even proposals. So they don't have to do the technicalities, but you have an accompaniment and mentorship. As well, we launched what we call Land Pawanka, which is a capacity hub that we co-create with the partners ourselves together to define what their gaps are, what they can do culturally, the gaps, and then we work together accompanying each other to strengthen the partnership so that and capacities not develop but strengthen because they already have some capacities and they identify the gaps and then we grow from there together and carry along a journey to build partnerships so that they can be able to build that technical capacity to access resources beyond even Pawanka.
This is interesting. So an important role also of donors such as Pawanka is accompanying them in the journey. So that's an important insight.
Boa tarde, eu me chamo Joyce Lemos.
Good afternoon, my name is Joyce Helena. I'm a water Caucasian. Well, in fact, I work in Southern Bahia in climate adaptation. My colleague is a very important leader in the territory, and he didn't want to speak, but I learned something really important from him, which is it's even delicate to build dependency in relationships, because in truth, the world is the way it is because the primitive accumulation of capital. So the inequality exists because just a few families, just a few organizations concentrate a lot of money. So I would like to make this very clear because we shouldn't talk about a relationship of dependency, but of historical reparation, because those who stole things from us, from other peoples, must return it. Return what they took from those communities. So I'm under the impression that people expect community to learn a corporate language in the corporate jargon, where in truth, funds must be able to learn the language of the people who inhabit a given territory.
Anything you would like to add to that one or a response? I think that's really important also to see all those funds not as something as charity, but also actually responsibility to that historical distractions that they have created on your communities. Edna?
I think it's an excellent response, and I think what international funders for indigenous peoples and other indigenous funds, even others who are working with indigenous peoples, they're promoting the 5 R's, of which one is about redistribution, really, shifting resources. And that is what it's about. But it's a challenge, I acknowledge, globally. And that's what we are all pushing, looking at the 5 R's, but also telling other actors and sharing best practices in how funding models should look like, really, in true partnerships. Yeah.
Thank you. You have a question?
I just wanted to add on to what Edna had said and highlight what indigenous-led funds actually do. In terms of structure, they're not structured as traditional foundations. They're structured based on the communities that they serve. And so you see that the structures of these indigenous-led funds meet the communities that they serve at their point of need. So they don't wait for the community to come to them. They go to the community and ask, what do you need us to do for you? That's the structure that indigenous-led funds operate by. And so then communities have confidence to know that they're able to, first of all, directly get funding from indigenous-led funds. They're able to get the support they need. They're able to do, if it's reporting, because a lot of the indigenous-led funds absorb a lot of the technical things that
the conversation a bit by inviting the youth. Cool. And then my question to you is that What if the future of climate finance began on farms and fishing boats and not with banks? How could community philanthropy change the system?
Okay. There is no interpretation. Answering your, because we see the climate crisis, it is not in urban capitals. You can hear me? Okay. So it is in the community that we see the real impact. And it's there also the solution exists, not in the banks. So people are growing food without chemicals. They are saving their souls. They are protecting their natural resources, and they manage it responsibly. And the community philanthropy can change the system by making fund reach directly. People are working in the ground. Actually, it's the farmers and the fishers, not people are sitting in their bank with their laptop. They must reach them directly. And even if there is small amount, the results are immediate. We can have more production, more resilience, and more autonomy in our different communities. So climate finance should begin where the life begins. In the communities, they feed their families and everyone. Without farming, there is no food. Without food, there is no life. So for me, a decentralized funding model simply means that letting money goes directly to those people in the communities without getting lost among long intermediary. For example, you have to have 5 or 6 intermediaries before getting your money, or you have to have before how to say it, before taking consistent, go directly, as Winnie said, go directly to the communities, give them money, you'll see the result. So I think I respond to your question, and sorry for my English.
No, you're very good. Thank you very much. Yeah. So how about everyone? What do you think of this question? What if the future of climate finance began on farms and fishing boats and not with banks? And how could community philanthropy change that system? What are your reflections? Any thoughts that you'd like to share?
Eu acredito que
I believe
precisaria ser através do
that
advocacy,
we have to do that through advocacy and by changing the financial or the funding architecture. The funding agroecological initiatives is hard because there are no precise indicators or a very elaborate framework like we have for mainstream agribusiness. So when we fund smallholder farmers, there's one thing. But when we talk about agroforestry and regenerative systems that truly regenerate ecosystem systems, with positive externalities are not thrown into the equation and not taken into account. So we need an overhaul. We have to de-bureaucratize and lower the requirements that are demanded in terms of reporting, because agroecology is more of a philosophy than a host of techniques specifically that are not hard, that are not foreseeable, clearly foreseeable like mainstream agriculture. So in face of the food systems.
Interesting perspectives that you have shared with regards to how do we overhaul the bureaucracy so that we spend more time working with and funding communities rather than on reporting. Yeah. And you wanted to ask or share something also?
A primeira coisa,
the first thing
as comunidades
is that
têm que construir seus
communities have to build their own projects of autonomy to become autonomous. There is no way of doing things separately because agroecology is a way of life. It's not a program.
Está dentro desse sistema que está aí.
And is not being part of the mainstream agribusiness or agro system we have here. When we discuss about resources, I'm participating at COP, and I see that the capital to finance those who destroy nature, who deplete the forest. There's no program that is paying attention to the community's point of view or perspective. We've been working for 25 years in this agroecological project, but when we submit our program, nobody wants to provide the funds
Programa de autonomia.
because it's a program that targets the autonomy, and nobody likes autonomous people. So we need communities to organize, to exchange knowledge, insight, experience, because the solution is within us. Therefore, we have to work and seek this exchange of ideas, of experiences, for us to move forward in this perspective. Our work allowed us to understand that there is science and technology for us in 25 years to become trillionaires, because poor people do not preserve, do not build anything. So, and we should no longer be begging for help. Every time we submit ourselves to these programs, funding programs, all they want to give is just small meals or snacks, just to make us become addictive. So if we want an autonomy program, true autonomous program, we have to work. We at the settlement are really happy because we have an autonomous project, and we are already building an economy for women, for youngsters. We're working and perfecting this system within our biome, which is the Atlantic rainforest, to recover 200,000 hectares of agroforestry systems and plant 200,000 hectares to recover those lands and forests.
For sharing us your experiences. There are two messages that I got from what you've said. First is that we need to support local autonomy. And second is that we need to dismantle corporate control. You have something else to ask or add? Yeah.
Então, eu fazer complemento, né?
Just to add some comments to what's been said concerning agroecology. When we talk about food systems, they are quite complex. Because when we talk about agroecology, we know we're referring to farmers. Yes.
A gente está falando de agricultores
talking about farmers who take good care of the forest. They are guardians, stewards, and we have to acknowledge that agroecology as a way of life is the only pathway towards autonomy and preservation. When we talk about funds, and I fully agree with our colleague, he's never seen me before, but I respect him because agroecology is all over Brazil, and Every agroecology nucleus has its master, has it, and it's traditional knowledge, knowledge from ancestors, and this is part of the agroecological food systems.
So that's something that we have to recognize, and the state has to recognize. And COP as well, within COP that has to be discussed. Agroecology is the only way forward. I mean, we'll get to a certain point, but access to food is essential. We're raising kids who cannot drink juice because they don't have the palate for it. They only drink water with colorants. They don't know how to drink real juice anymore. So we have to grant access to good food, healthy food, health for the planet.
Oi, vocês me escutam? Boa tarde, eu sou a Roberta.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Roberta. I'm from the same territory as Sarah. I work with family agriculture, my entire family actually. I learned with my grandmother, and I'm here to continue working with the families in my territory. So when we were asking a question, on financing, me as a young person, I see that it's not just that we don't want to be begging for things. I think basically all the projects are trying to use our names to capture resources, but we have to see if this funding is not reinforcing our dependency, as was said before. In the sense that we don't have a structure that questions the continuity of these systems after financing, after the project is over, after the public notice. So we continue, I think, to need the same financing as usual, because we cannot really focus on something that sees poverty the right way. I mean, I was here in a different discussion with advocates of the territory, and we have to see who is really defending the territory, who is supporting the territory. We're all very busy, not knowing where our food comes from, our work comes from, thinking that we can simply spend the time of our lives doing the same over and over again and asking for money to bury our dead. It's very complicated. So, it's complicated because this financing is just going to finish, this same cycle if we cannot imagine a different way of life.
Thank you so much for sharing your reflection. Definitely, the future is the youth. And in these conversations, you should be part of that because your insights will actually help us address some of the challenges that we have encountered. So thank you so much for sharing your perspective. And I'm hoping also that JB will pick up some of that discussions with regards to corporate-led funding. But for now, one of the points that you have raised is with regards to how we can get agroecological principles to guide development. And I think that's the key challenge, right? Because we are in these problems and their mess where we are right now because we forgot about all of those principles. So now, for the last questions, I would like to ask JV to reflect about this corporate-led funding, because a lot of the discussions actually that we have, particularly in the COP, is really about how do we bring in more money from multilateral banks, bilateral banks, from the private sector. But we all know that these are the very organizations, the very sources of money that's really causing the problem. So now we're actually asking them to help us also solve the problem by using their funding, their money. So, and then I would like also JB to reflect in terms of this new development funding for responding to loss and damage, which is now, I think, the first funding cycle will be announced very soon, or maybe it's already being announced. So, JB, do you think will the operation of this fund for responding to loss and damage benefit the food systems of indigenous peoples?
Hello, good afternoon. So on the first, as a topic, or as a topic, and the as a topic, and the conversations on just transition or green transitions are often discussed in a distinct way, different way. However, in the global south, and especially in climate vulnerable developing countries, the topic or the reality of loss and damage and just transition has a very big overlap. And these two areas actually affect each other. So what do I mean by this? So for instance, when we talk about green transitions or just transition or food systems transformation in our topic today, if these green transitions or climate-related transitions exacerbate or enhance the vulnerabilities of people, communities to climate impacts, how can we say that it is truly just? So for instance, if governments, the private sector, continue to fund projects or greening projects or green transition projects without any consideration or without any value given to the possible exacerbation of vulnerabilities of people to climate impacts, then I think that is not a way to do these climate-related transitions. So just to share as well, one of our projects in Manila Observatory is looking at financing just transition in the Philippines. So we looked at energy sector, transport sector, agriculture sector, and we look at the available financing options. Because we know that when you talk about just transition, especially the justice aspect, not the technical aspect, that the financing is more difficult. Because, for example, based on our study, banks, commercial banks in the Philippines are waiting for the signal from the government, from the central bank, on whether to inject more funding or allow more loans that consider these justice aspects in green transitions. And again, coming back to my earlier point, it's not sufficient that we talk about cutting GHG emissions, but we should do this in a way that has co-benefits and synergies with adaptation or resilience. So I think that that's my input for the first one. On the second one, on the FRLD or Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, we make the similar argument. But my question here, since we're talking about trust-based funding, is how do we envision trust happening if the financing mechanism is in an international level? How do we talk about relationships? Just like what our colleagues here have talked about earlier. How do we ensure that those who eventually access the fund for responding to loss and damage feel empowered by whatever money or amount they receive? So one of the ways that we think about it, of course, this is not the silver bullet to this, to building trust or making sure that those who can access can actually be recognized or feel the recognition that they are able to really receive the compensation for the losses and damages, is again going back to this argument that or the framework that we're developing, that for instance, the fund for responding to loss and damage must not just give the money and allow this cycle of dependency to continue. So hopefully, the fund for responding to loss and damage eventually decides that those projects who address the loss and damage, who compensate for the responsibility of whoever caused the climate change, could be used, these resources could be used by the communities for adaptive transformation. So it's not only about giving the money, but letting the community know that the money is being given not only because of the reparations, but also of the potential to transform and make the communities more adaptive to climate change or climate change impacts. So I guess I leave those 2 points. Yeah.
Thanks, JB. So I think I can get 3 things from what you've said. First is that with regards to all the different kinds of funding mechanisms that we have right now, whether in just transitions or loss and damage, we have to be mindful of unintended consequences, right? Because those consequences might not be only with regards to dependency, but it could be something other negative. The second is that you ask, how do we build trust, particularly among vulnerable groups and communities, when in fact those funds are much more responsible for their citizenry or to the people who elects them? They've got nothing to do with vulnerable groups and communities. So how can we enable that trust? The third is that how do we learn from, particularly with regards to the fund for responding to loss and damage, wherein we are still at this beginning stage of the operation of that particular fund. So I think those are important things that we can follow up later. Any other questions or reflections with regards to corporate-led funding? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Javi. I'm Chanda Thapa Magar. I work with Elina, with IFIP. I think this, talking about this global funds which have been introduced to support and mobilize to indigenous communities and local communities. I think one of the biggest challenges one of the biggest challenges that we hear is the access to it, because these are multinational, like through this multilateral, companies who are part of it, and the accessibility is very, very low. One is even the climate fund and the biodiversity loss and damage fund as well. So when we talk about the accessibility, like the fund will go through, for example, the GCF, Global Climate Fund, right? And you need to have an accreditation to be able to access that fund. And that accreditation process is almost impossible for the indigenous communities and local communities. So, and in that case, like, I think the question here is like, how can we make those mechanisms, the funding mobilizing mechanism, as accessible as possible to the indigenous communities and mostly to the global south? That is one. Another one is when we talk about loss and damage, I think we talk a lot about the economic part of it, but there are like a lot, and then it talks about the infrastructure, but it has to do, when we talk about indigenous communities, that has to do a lot with the non-economic part of the, like loss and damage. And once the indigenous communities, they lose their territories, land, it is very much directly linked with their tradition, their culture, their language, their, practices. So I think those parts have not been, discussed much. And in addition to that, when we talk about these funds, indigenous people should be at the decision-making processes or in those mechanisms. Their decisions should be there, and it should be community-led, not the big corporation-led or like big banks who are part of this most of the time. And even the climate pledge of 1.7 billion, that's a very small fraction of that fund, which is ending. I think their 5 years pledge period is ending this year in December. Only a very small portion is going to indigenous community. That is also direct funding. So as IFIP, one is the fund mobilization should be directly to indigenous organizations, indigenous-led funds. Like we have Pawanka Fund, we have like INI Fund. Those are the mechanisms at the regional level and global level, and they have the capacity to manage those funds. So I think those mechanisms should be a part of those process and the mechanism. And even the country level, other processes should also be accessible to indigenous peoples and local communities. That's where we are talking about. And also, I think one discussion is like, how much do we need? Like, how much indigenous peoples need in terms of loss and damage as well? So we don't know, like, there is no quantification of like how much resources are needed to really cover those loss and damages within the indigenous territories. So I think that's where we need to have more conversation now. Thank you. Sorry.
JB would like to respond to that.
I'll respond very quickly. In relation to my point earlier of how to really build trust if the financing mechanism is in the international level, I think that's one of the ways. Thank you for bringing it up. That if the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage actually opens this access window directly for communities, indigenous peoples, and other constituencies, then this is I guess it's a signal that there could be trust building between the mechanism and the communities. About just as an update. So last week, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage already opened the calls for first call for proposals, and these are reserved for states only. So that's for us who have been following loss and damage for many years already. It's good that they are opening it already since Sharm el Sheikh, but it's not enough because states are not the only should not be the only recipients of these funds.
Very good. So, JP, can you also speak about non-economic loss and damage and how that might be responded to this first cycle?
For the non-economic loss and damage, in the negotiations in the UNFCCC, there is a push specifically by some of the climate vulnerable developing countries to actually require the Secretariat to create a special report on the financing gap in terms of loss and damage, both economic and non-economic. This is still not yet in the bag, meaning we don't have the confirmation yet if the UNFCCC will actually make this report, because the sources of the information now or estimates are mostly outside of the UNFCCC, outside of climate talks, but more on humanitarian and other organizations. So it would be good to have this baseline of what is the financing gap for loss and damage globally. And then this can be the first step in terms of getting to know how much money do we really need in terms of loss and damage in these different aspects.
Very good. It's from the conversation that we just had, it seems to me that we have a lot of experiences with regards to how do we enable trust-based financing, or how do we carry out community philanthropies. I wonder, can I ask all of you and everyone also involved in this kind of work, how do we share those insights with regards to corporate funds, to other donors, to learn from how we approach this, so that they themselves also are socialized or are convinced about this particular approaches? Anyone who'd like to?
Yeah, in regard to building the trust-based funding, I think the first work that needs to be done, even by the UNFCCC financing mechanism, is to build that erosion of trust, because they mobilize funding through multilateral banks. And if we look at the quality of the funds, not just the quantity, more than 80% of it goes as loan. So there we have a catch. Like, give the funds as a grants to the developing countries. Like the colleague raised the issue of the reparations. Like, they have the right to get that climate finance. And if we look at the data, both from the philanthropies and the climate finance is going to mitigation very heavily, then to adaptation needs. Because adaptation needs is where the small scale farmers of the global south comes, where the indigenous peoples come, the climate finance need of them. So if we stop putting money in big, large scale, like transportation or energy, then we have resources to equally distribute for the climate finance. It's not about unavailability of resources. It's about the redistribution of resources. So if they stop distributing as loans, there will be already a lot of less case of violation of human rights, violation of rights of the indigenous people, respect to the UNDRIP principle, respect to the free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples, and that is how we will build the community. That is how the justice movement builds, and that's how we will work towards the climate action and climate justice. Thank you.
Okay, what I was saying that is trust them and let them get the funding and wait for the result what they are going to give you back. We have an organization in Africa called African Indigenous Women Organization that found local women in our different communities. This organization went there to reach them, to ask them their needs, what they need. What do you need for us to do for you? They are giving women money, doing their activities, like for food system. They are working hard to safeguard the food in their different communities. They are being like autonomous now. I don't know how to say it in English. They're like independent. They are going in part of discussion. They are contributing. They are like making decision in their community because they are independent. Just trust them and give them money. Wait for the result that they are doing. Even as for youth, a lot of organizations don't believe on us. They don't trust on us. We don't have experience. If you want to apply for and found, they ask you, for example, to have 5 years experience. Imagine you are 20. How can you have 5 years of experience? They have to like make the procedure very simple for youth and women to apply and get those funding. Not like to complicate the administration processes. Not to completing how to write the financial or proposal to get fund. Let them, or they have to make it simple for us. Even look, those who are in the local community or indigenous people, most of them didn't went to school, or if even they went to school, they don't know how to write the proposal to get fund. If you come and ask about 10 or 20 pages to get fund, how can those people have to do it and get those funds? They have to make the procedure very simple for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So again, it's also a pitch for accessibility about simplifying the process and ensure that it actually works with communities, not against them. 20 minutes more, okay? So what I'll do is that, if you didn't actually notice, since the beginning, Lian from Samdana has been taking notes to help us summarize what we have discussed. So at this point, can I ask Lian to share what she has captured from our conversation?
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to start by trying to mimic our moderator. So I'm Leanne. I'm Filipino. I have a bad haircut, a white shirt, and black pants. Okay. So I've heard a lot today, and we've heard things repeated and resonate today. And so I'm going to try to capture it in one message. So first of all, we're talking about trust-based funding. And that is the vehicle. That is the mode. That is the modus operandi. And the first question is, who should trust? Right? And let's not forget that trust is a reciprocal relationship. The indigenous peoples that we're working with must trust us too. They're also in a very vulnerable position. There can be dependency relationships that are formed. We're asking them to trust us. And that's a very important thing. I really love what Edna said about accompaniment, that humility, that reflexivity. that idea that we must constantly earn their trust. We immediately insist on trust for the communities that we serve, but we must constantly reflect on our actions and earn their trust. That long-term relationship, that's us, and that's also those corporate funders that we're talking about. The script must be flipped, right? And I especially like the principles that were resonating today. Alina and Edna, and I think everybody here on the stage. So respect, reciprocity, and responsibility and redistribution. And I build on redistribution also to think about the aims. So it's both a principle and an aim. So all of these things we're thinking about, those are the principles that we must teach the funders. And we teach it also by modeling it ourselves as support organizations. What are we trying to, where is the vehicle going? The vehicle is going towards access, and it's going towards justice. And when we think about justice, let's remember the environmental justice movement and their discussion about what is justice, right? So justice is redistributional. We're talking about reparations. We're talking about it's not charity, it's responsibility. But more than that, it's procedural. What are the processes that we put in place? Who gets to sit on the decision-making table? Where is that autonomy there? We also talk about recognitional. To what extent are we being recognized? You know, where is the recognitional justice there? And then there is epistemic justice, and that is the crucial core of indigenous people's knowledge systems. What is knowledge? What has value, right? And so the epistemic justice is a value that we're delivering because within that knowledge system are solutions hidden in plain sight, solutions that will help us towards climate adaptation and resiliency. And they're hidden because we don't recognize it. And that's where that mix between recognition and epistemic justice must come together. So agroecology is life. And and going back to the question of responsibility, I really like what was said about we need to shift the power and not the problem. So all of those problems related to burdens of accountability, burdens of structures, we need to shift that away from our communities, and we need to shift the power towards them by direct funding and meeting them where they are, right? And accompanying them to where they want to go. I especially like that everybody here resonates that the ideal picture is a picture where we're no longer needed because people are able to walk their own walk, but still maybe they want a companion and we're still there for them in that way. Something that struck me, there's two last words. When we think about the quality of engagement that indigenous-led and also trust-based funding offers that can be transformative, it's about time. So on the one hand, we're talking about long-term relationships between funders and fundees, or if we want to call them the people who are doing the work, right? And then on the other hand, we talk about the agility and the speed. So you talked, Umu, about the speed with which you can get results with just a little bit of money. So there's different time scales that we're talking about when we're talking about trust-based funding. And that's one of the transformative aspects of trust-based funding is the temporal dimension that it captures. Aside from that agility and speed and accompaniment, there's also one word that has been here. People have said it again and again. You started by saying, imagine. Imagine going, you have a partner, so on and so forth. And the young lady over there also said, they don't have imagination. They lack imagination. Well, that's the most transformative thing. Ideas, values, an understanding that things are not the way that there are alternative realities, alternative ways to be. And that imagination is transformative. And when you trust it, and when you insist on that trust. And so we are also in the business of re-education and unlearning. We're unlearning things that have been imposed on us by other people. And we're asking the donors also to unlearn. And that's the business, not the business, but that's the hard work that we do together.
Thank you very much, Lian. So that's the summary of the conversation we just had. Anyone else would like to share a
Obrigado.
final comment or reflection about our conversation? Anyone? Yes, go ahead.
Well, basically, I'd like to add my experience just as a chef and a farmer who've been running some CSA programs, which is called Community Supporting Agriculture. So that back in the time when we had the lockdown, COVID situation, we were a lot more intent to look for solutions and like work with the small householders and family farmers. And that way we could share responsibility, whether it's about like risk and damage. So we get like the threats from nature shared by paying salaries and stuff. So I just would think that when there is a situation when education is needed, facilities is needed, and what else is needed, for example, to create a relationship of needs, but not necessarily like going into the direction that we need to be capitalistic to go and like work as a community supporting agriculture, rather than just establishing what are the needs to function that production, that unit, and prosper from that. So I think there is a lot to thrive, and education and food literacy is really the key for stop talking and start protecting.
Thank you so much. Anyone, you want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
A gente está falando de sistemas.
Well, we're talking about food systems and dreams as well. In Rio, at Serra da Misericordia, we had 120 people die, many of them under the age of 18, and that was known as, the place where there are only criminals. But there, we also have a beautiful project called SANE, with a small school of agriculture for children who are suffering with all this violence. We have women there who are transforming everything, and nobody sees that in the news.
Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to share? Yeah, if there's one, so can I just give 1 quick minute for each one for our last word?
Just to highlight that for indigenous-led funds, international funders for indigenous peoples did a governance scan to look at how they work globally. So they did for 23 indigenous-led funds, and also the findings, they used it to develop a toolkit for funders. I think it offers really important insights and strategies on how they really can support indigenous philanthropy. So I invite you to get to the website and also read those reports. I think it's important for funders to learn from and to see how to partner with us on trusted-based relationship. Thank you.
And also share. So if you know who are those funders and they're not aware of those information, we should also actively share. JV?
One thing that I forgot to mention a while ago is that in the Philippines, we're developing the Philippine Just Transition Framework. And in the different consultations, the agriculture sector, the farmers, are always framed or are always seen as a vulnerable sector. So we were so confused why this was the case. So we took action and sent communication to the government to see the agriculture sector as an active participant and an active leader in this climate change, and not only see them as a recipient or as a victim of climate change impact. So this is just one thing, a very fundamental, I would say, change in how we look at the agriculture sector especially small-scale farmers or small landholders.
So seeing small-scale agriculture as an opportunity, right? But you want to say something just quickly?
Just one thing that I would like to highlight here, that the community already know what to do. So it is our they will need our support to voice out what they need and to tell the world their stories.
Yeah, thank you. So what you're saying is that rather than us being the sage on stage, we'll be the guide on their side, right? Yeah.
What I want to say is, if we really want the change in the food system, we must let the direct funding reach those who are working on the ground, on the community. Trust them, their money, let them work.
So we have to really trust communities, right? Final word?
I would like to end a very increase funds table there to learn about it. Get sorry, I was saying that the movement of the trust-based funding, the movement of indigenous-led funds are only growing and increasing every day, so that the minority or from the global south or the indigenous peoples are asking for the resources directly. So we will get there. It's all about joining hands together and learning about it. We also have some resources on the table, so let's work on it together. Thank you.
Join hands working together. With that, can we give our resource persons a big round of applause? And at this point, I'll hand over to Victoria.
Bom, gente, primeiramente, muito obrigada.
Thank you all very much for this great panel, such an important debate. I'd like to thank everyone who has connected or who is here in person. We still have a few days ahead of us. Our activities tomorrow start at 10 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. If you wish to participate, you can register on the QR code. And here on the TV, we also have a QR code for a research that is very important to us. Please answer and give us your feedback. It's just 2 minutes. It's very quick. So please do that and let us know what you're thinking. Thank you. And thank you to Canto Co-working. Thank you to Isabella Canto for receiving us. We'll be here until Thursday, the 20th of November. Please return your headsets on your way out. Once more, I would like to thank all of the funding partners: Baobá, Grupo Volkswagen, Fundo Brasil, Fundo Casa Socioambiental, Global Giving, Clima e Sociedade, Global Alliance for Green and Gender Action, Itaúsa, Prospera Social, Global Fund for Community Foundations, Global Green Grants Fund, BEM-TV, Ibirapitanga Institute, Avina Foundation, ACP Institute, Sociedade, População e Natureza, and the Samdana Institute. Thank you all very much, and I'll see you tomorrow.